The true measure of a finance minister is not how much he spends, but how faithful he protects the resources entrusted to him. The money we manage does not belong to those entrusted to manage it. It belongs to the people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, it belongs to you and belongs to all of us. Every cedi collected in taxes, every cedi borrowed, and every cedi spent carries with it a sacred obligation to use it wisely. In recent times, a narrative has emerged suggesting that this government is not spending enough. Mr. Speaker, nothing can be further from the truth. Far from standing still, we have been steadily and responsibly deploying resources guided by the simple but firm principle that we can only spend only what we have, and we spend it wisely and with the future of our nation in view. Mr. Speaker, in the spirit of transparency and accountability, allow me to lay before this House a clear account of some of the expenditure we have made so far to support government programs across the sectors approved in the 2026 budget. Mr. Speaker, first, to compensate public sector workers, an amount of 48.8 billion Ghana cedis for compensation of employees has been paid, including 4 billion Ghana cedis as contribution to SNIT and 2 billion Ghana cedis as Tier 2 pension scheme. Mr. Speaker, to honor our debt obligation, an amount of 21.5 billion for interest has been paid. To honor our international debt obligation, an amount of $700 million for Eurobond debt service and interest have also been paid. To restore confidence on our financial systems, an amount of 10 billion Ghana cedis to domestic bondholders has been paid. Mr. Speaker, to deepen fiscal decentralization, an amount of 4.4 billion cedis to the District Assembly's Common Fund, representing the first 2 quarters of the year, has been paid. Mr. Speaker, to keep the National Health Insurance Scheme strong and vibrant, an amount of 4.5 billion Ghana cedis has been paid. To strengthen specialized health care, an amount of 1.1 billion Ghana cedis to Mahama Cares has been paid. Right, Honorable Speaker, to support quality and access education.
This review is uninspiring. There is no inspiration. What we are experiencing in this country is persecution, persecution, persecution. For the first time, we are seeing political imprisonment. One to me is a political prisoner. Mr. Speaker, Camila Al-Hassan, a young mother of 3, is also a political prisoner, telling you how intolerant you are, and you are here telling us you are running an economy. You want this to be a one-sided parliament. When people criticize you, you threaten them. A lot of my MPs here have been threatened. You are threatening members of parliament with prosecution. Let me serve a warning to the Attorney General that the ravening clouds shall no longer be victorious. They shall not long possess the sky. Be careful. 2028, you'll be in opposition. 2028. If you are not careful, Mr. Speaker, if you don't stop now.
Well, that's Alexander Apenyo-Markin, the minority leader, the Efutu member of parliament, somehow smuggled Chairman Wontumi and matters relating to him in the post-media budget review statement that he had to make. And here's the reason why. Today is day 6 of Chairman Wontumi being in the coolest in Swam Medium prison after he was slapped with a 20-year jail term on Monday. And the minority, together with his lawyers, have served notice that they will appeal this particular ruling. But until then, this day today, the 6th day that Chairman Wontumi is spending his day and night in the Swan Medium prison for illegal mining and its related activities in the Samre Boy Forest Reserve. Regardless of how the reactions have been, for the many of you who have taken some time to read the full ruling of the trial judge, some hold the view what will be the basis of appeal. His lawyers are confident. They are very clear in their minds what they intend to do in the coming days. His lawyer, or his former lead counsel, Andy Apiakubi, who some lawyers have blamed for not doing a good job, is going to be joining us this morning for a conversation on the fate of Chairman Wontumi. And Andy Apiakubi says, well, on the morning of the day he was jailed, he, Bernard Entry Boesiakon, the Ashanti regional chair of the NPP, called him and said to him, you know, if I am jailed today, start an appeal process. But the question is, if Andy Apiakubi was at the time not the lawyer of Chairman Wontumi, why did he call him to start an appeal process if he is jailed? Well, this is a matter that he and Apiakubi will be joining us in the studio to answer and give some detail, respond to those who are laying the blame squarely at his doorstep for not doing a good job as his lawyer. This week, the Finance Minister, Dr. Kasia Elato-Forson, presented the mid-year budget, reviewing how the first 6 months of the year has been in terms of revenue and expenditure management, and projecting into the next 6 months of the year how revenue and expenditure will be. We have a conversation this morning with the Deputy Finance Minister. He's with us in the studio to get into some of the matters raised by the Finance Minister, and also especially private sector industry players, and even questions posed by the minority regarding the status or the state of the economy. We'll have a conversation this morning. Also, Joe Jackson, Professor Godfred Bobking, Martin Gbebo, all of them will be joining us. Richard Anyagba will have a conversation on the matter of the economy. This week, the former Finance Minister, Kenneth Nanaya Okonkwo-Ofori-Atta, this week, there was a development regarding the trial judge in an immigration court stating his position in transcripts that we saw this week regarding some charges that have been leveled against the former Finance Minister by the Office of the Special Prosecutor, and that the charges are faulty. Well, the OSP responded, questioning the jurisdiction of this trial judge in an immigration court, determining whether or not the charges leveled against Kenneth Nanaya Okonkwo-Ofori-Atta is strong, legitimate, and has any locus or not. We'll have a conversation this morning here on The Key Point. As always, you are an integral part of the conversation. There are so many ways you can join us with your thoughts, views, comments, and opinions. We'll read out to you and to the rest of the world. We're going to go for this quick break. When we're back, the Deputy Finance Minister will be joining me, as well as my guests, as we have a conversation on the mid-year budget review matters arising. Stay with us. We'll be back shortly.
In a world full of noise, clarity matters. Stories shape us, ideas challenge us. honest dialogue moves us forward. This is a space for depth, where voices are heard and perspectives matter. Conversations with Dr. Abnanya Kwasumeni, coming soon on TV3.
TV3 First.
The world around us is changing, not slowly, not quietly. In the north, the rains that once arrived on time don't come anymore. In the middle belt, rivers and forests disappearing overnight. Along the coast, the sea is swallowing land that families have called home for generations. Rising temperatures, failed harvests, homes lost to tides. This is not a warning about tomorrow. This is the world right now. TV3 and the German Embassy in Ghana, the conversation on climate security implications in Ghana, the Climate Talks 2026. 5 cities, 5 conversations, 1 urgent call to action. Tamale, Bolgatanga, Kumasi, Keta, Accra, starting this June 2026. The climate talks are coming, and this time, the people most affected by Ghana's climate security crisis will be at the center of it all. Because the time for Ghana to act is now. Plus Parental Control helps you manage what your kids can watch. Open settings and select parental control. Enable the feature and create a 4-digit PIN. Choose the maximum content rating you're comfortable with. Any content above this rating will require the PIN. Restricted titles appear locked across the app. Trying to play restricted content prompts for the PIN. Correct entry unlocks access for that session. Multiple incorrect attempts can temporarily lock access. Parental Control on Adisa Plus. Available now. Adisa Plus. Safe streaming your way. Adisa Plus.
Bank of Africa, GASM.
The true measure of a finance minister is not how much he spends, but how faithful he protects the resources entrusted to him. The money we manage does not belong to those entrusted to manage it. It belongs to the people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, it belongs to you and belongs to all of us. Every cedi collected in taxes, every cedi borrowed, and every cedi spent carries with it a sacred obligation to use it wisely. In recent times, a narrative has emerged suggesting that this government is not spending enough. Mr. Speaker, nothing can be further from the truth. Far from standing still, we have been steadily and responsibly deploying resources guided by the simple but firm principle that we can only spend only what we have, and we spend it wisely and with the future of our nation in view. Mr. Speaker, in the spirit of transparency and accountability, allow me to lay before this House a clear account of some of the expenditure we have made so far to support government programs across the sectors approved in the 2026 budget. Mr. Speaker, first, to compensate public sector workers, an amount of 48.8 billion Ghana cedis for compensation of employees has been paid, including 4 billion Ghana cedis as contribution to SNIT and 2 billion Ghana cedis as Tier 2 pension scheme. Mr. Speaker, to honor our debt obligation, an amount of 21.5 billion for interest has been paid. To honor our international debt obligation, an amount of $700 million for Eurobond debt service and interest have also been paid. To restore confidence on
That's the Finance Minister, Dr. Kasiel Atofo-Singh, there. Now, as always, welcome back. This is Key Point on TV3. We're live on 3FM 92.7, also on TV3 Ghana on Facebook and on DSTV channel 279. We're all across the world on 3news.com, also on the Voice of London radio in the heart of the city of London, and Voice of London television, as well as a number of radio stations across the country on KESME 107.1 in Tamale and on W93.5. Now, the Finance Minister, in fulfilling the constitutional requirement in Article 1798 of the 1992 Constitution, presented the mid-year budget review for and on behalf of the President, John Dramani Mahama, as required, giving details of a review of the first 6 months of the year and also projection into how the next 6 months will be. What is interesting is the way the Finance Minister started this presentation, recalling how this stability was achieved and what was inherited. Questions have been asked as to why that. We'll be finding out from the Member of Parliament for the Sujaman constituency. He is first an MP before anything else, but he is a Deputy Finance Minister. Honorable Thomas Nyakwampem is our guest this morning. Well, good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm well. I hope you're well too.
I'm doing well.
Two days after your boss presented the media budget review. Now, and I'm going to start from what the minority has been asking questions about. Look, why did you start? I mean, not you, but your boss start the way he did, recalling exactly where we were up until this point that we are. Why the need?
It is important because for anyone to appreciate where we are today, it is critical that you appreciate where we came from. And so if you look at the presentation he made, he gave an account of the economy we inherited, and also mention where we took the economy to at the end of 2025.
Right.
And then the first 6 months, the first half of this year, what we have done with regards to the implementation of the budget that the parliament of this country approved. It was to put everything in context for everybody to appreciate it. And he made a statement that he was recounting this not to achieve any political gains, but for everybody to see the path. And also that it is important that we remember all the lessons we have learned from the economic mismanagement that took us into the distress that this economy was in. And so it was basically for a good appreciation of the trajectory, the path through which this economy has progressed. And he presented a budget in fulfillment of our laws, Section 28 of the PFM Act, even though the finance minister did not come to seek any supplementary appropriation. It was important, actually a dictate of the law, that by the end of July of every year, he gives an account of what revenues we have collected, how we have spent the revenues entrusted in us. And so he did exactly that. And you wanted to?
Yes, but the mismanagement that you talk about is what the minority, after he presented the budget, addressed the press and said, it is as a result of decisions taken, which you inherited, which has given you that fiscal space for you to achieve all of these indicators trending towards the right direction. Because the DDEP, for instance, decision taking, although hard, a bitter pill to swallow, and then also the COVID-19, Russia-Ukraine war, all of that combined contributed to why decisions had to be taken. And for instance, the DDEP, one singular decision that created the fiscal space for you to do everything that you've done that has helped you to achieve these indicators. How do you respond to that?
You see, government was forced to restructure our debt when our debt became unsustainable, and they ran to the IMF. The IMF was clear that we would not give you a program. Ghana could not qualify for a program unless we restructure our debt. And so we were forced to go into that restructuring. That restructuring did a number of things. It actually gave a painful haircut to our domestic bondholders, including pensioners. We called on our pensioners, our domestic bondholders, to sacrifice by taking haircuts and restructure their debt. We called on our international bondholders also to do the same. In fact, our institutional lenders were not spared. What was missing was government itself. Government did not cut expenditure the way that will help the economy to begin to pick up. And that is what we did. In fact, if you look at 2023, our total expenditure, primary expenditure, was actually about 15.6% of GDP. In 2024, it increased to 18.6% of GDP. So at the time that you were asking our citizens to sacrifice by taking a haircut, you were asking bondholders, institutional lenders, all to take haircut, government was still increasing spending. And it is just because it was an election year. When we came, Dr. Ato-Forson was clear that, you know what, we need to reverse this. We need to stop heating up the economy. And so we set our expenditure to 2023 levels. As a result of that, we were able to achieve primary expenditure of, in fact, it moved from 18.6% to 15.2%. 13.2%. In fact, a cut of about 5.5% of GDP. Look at the drop from 18.6% of GDP in 2024 to 13.2% of GDP in 2025. That is why we were able to achieve that primary surplus of 2.5%.
Are you saying that the DDEP did not play any role in
no,
what
I haven't said that. The DDEP, it's actually to restructure our debt to give space I mean, because our debt to GDP had risen to unsustainable levels.
Absolutely.
And so we had to restructure to give room. The DDP played a role. But if it was enough,
But the bitter
why
pill we had
didn't...
to swallow.
Yes. So this administration came and said the missing link was that government itself was not taking steps to ensure that we cut our coat according to our size.
And that's why you came in to cut a lot of expenditure, and they say you are not even ready.
So moving from a primary deficit of 2.9% to a surplus of 2.5% was significant to provide the shock therapy that we needed to bring the economy back on track.
You have been accused of not spending and then also not releasing enough money into the system to stimulate growth. A lot of what you have achieved is as a result of you not spending. And that fiscal prudence, although good, there are some economists, not just the minority, who say spend and stimulate growth. We'll get there. But then this overall GDP growth rate for Q1, 6.4%, way ahead of the annual target of 4.8%. In fact, this was one of the major issues as well that the finance minister spent quite some time highlighting. The minority says that this is galamsey-induced growth, and that's the same description that they say you gave to in 2024 when growth rate was achieved about 12.8% at the time. And they point to the Ghana Statistical Service data that a lot of what we have seen that has led to this 6.4% growth is as a result of the growth in mining and quarrying, 10.7%. That's huge, is it not?
It is. But if you segregate the data, you realize that the growth was broad-based. It is not only mining and quarrying that grew. In fact, telecommunication grew, transport, agriculture, and all that. So that is the important thing, that the growth that we have seen so far is broad-based. If you say we are not spending, why are we recording such growth that is significantly broad-based? It is far from that. We have deliberately decided to cut a lot of waste. But you see, we cannot spend what we don't have. Our forcing is clear. That, you see, let us aggressively pursue revenue without increasing new taxes. We removed taxes, all the taxes that you are aware of, COVID-19, levy, betting, levy, and all these things. We removed them. Yet we were able to implement policies that will help revenue to improve. And it improved modestly. We expect to get more revenue. We can only spend what we have. You see, the excessive borrowing that got us to where we had to further restructure our debt is what we are avoiding. So when the MPP says you are not spending, it is because they are used to borrowing and consuming, borrowing and spending on things that will not improve on the productive capacity of this economy. And that is the shift that we have moved away from. Look, revenue, I mean, surprisingly, even though we targeted to raise revenue of about 126 billion or so, as at the end of June, we had been able to collect about 124.8 billion cedis.
That's about 2 billion shy thereabout. That's why we see 7.8%.
If you look at
of
that,
GDP.
the target was 7.8% of GDP.
And
we
you
did
achieved
7.7% percent of GDP. Marginal, miss of the target. And we are not worried because if you look at our revenue collections, first quarter is always the worst period. It starts picking up, and it's actually in the fourth quarter of the year that we collect a chunk of our revenues. And so I'm optimistic that we'll be able to meet or possibly exceed our revenue target because of the interventions we are doing. Now we seem to have a handle on customs revenue since the introduction of the publican.
What has the publican really done in the customs area, really?
The publican has done so well. In fact, on average, we were collecting about 3.8 billion cedis per month. Over the last 2 months, In fact, in June, we collected 5.6 billion. For the first time in many, many years, customs exceeded their monthly target of 5.3 billion. The data we have so far in July suggests that in July, they will be able to exceed their target of 5.3 billion again. And so, if I have time to talk about...
I see, but is it because I asked this because the finance minister put a figure of about $300 million that has come in as a result of this AI over a 3-month period.
That's correct.
What has it really addressed that has brought in this amount of money? What were we not doing then? I mean, which was causing us to lose this much money? Because really, that's a lot of money.
That's a lot of money. And you see, the introduction of this system has removed a lot of human discretion. We have not introduced any new levies, no new taxes as far as customs is concerned. But we've seen this great improvement. I'll give you a specific example. A company imported some beverage item and said the items were coming from one of the West African countries. The publican system flagged it that the origin was questionable. And so the customs had to interrogate it. It happened that the goods actually came from Europe to the neighboring country before it came here. You know, because of AFTA, if you are bringing goods that are produced from any of our neighboring countries, it's zero rated. You don't pay a lot of taxes on them. But if you are bringing them from Europe, the rate of 20% or so would apply. But for customs, but for publican, individual human intervention couldn't have detected this. There are instances of clear undervaluation. An importer brings in a product and says that the price of the product is $0.03 per unit. Publican flags it that they have seen that the supplier that this importer says they are bringing the product from has supplied to people all over the world, and the price that they supply to is significantly above the price that is being quoted. Once the system flags this, customs has to interrogate it. So customs then went further to ask the person on the ICOMS that this is what we have discovered, respond. Further interrogation through the deployment of the IDF showed that when the importer was transferring funds to the supplier to purchase the item, they quoted a price of 0.75 instead of 0.3. So when they were transferring funds to purchase the items, they quoted the right price. But when the items arrived for duty purposes, they undervalued. And so this person was caught, they admitted and paid the correct duty. A number of these examples abound.
I see.
So the system is able to comb the whole trade.
Well, regardless of these benefits that you talk about, some of the stakeholders in the port area, you recall, you know, when it was being introduced, the demonstrations and the issues they raised with it, that it was leading to delays in the clearance and so on. Have you been able to address that?
Of course, we have been. Initially, when we started, of course, the introduction of any new system will come with challenges. It was leading to, it wasn't the publican that was leading to the delays. In fact, what was happening was that we agreed with customs that if you detect any mistake on declarations made by an importer or his agent previously and still now, customs officials were assisting them to do the corrections. We said the correction should be done by the person who passed the declaration. And so send it to them, let them do their own corrections and post it so that they will own whatever they were putting there. That led to significant delays. And so we had to revert to what they were doing pre-publican for customs officials to assist them in posting those corrections. And so we've been able to clear all the backlogs that were there. And so, look, customs publican system has really come to improve on the revenue generation. And so we are moving beyond that. If you look at the presentation done by Dr. Atto-Forson, he hinted that we are going to implement the FED, the Fiscal Electronic Device. It was a law that the previous regime passed in 2018. And he gave a lot of credit to them for coming out with such a law. What was missing was that since 2018, the law was not implemented. Now government wants to go ahead to implement the law. And this is what that is going to do. We have seen that there is a lot of abuse in our VAT collections. Some companies are actually collecting the VAT and are failing to remit same to the Ghana Revenue Authority.
What do you mean? So companies charge
They
the
charge
VAT.
VAT.
They take it from us.
They take it from
as
us.
consumers when we
Yes.
buy.
Yes.
But they don't transfer it to GRA.
That is correct. So they
How?
have turned themselves into mini GRA, and many of these companies are not even Ghanaian. So why do we sit down and GRA doesn't have a view of VATs being collected by all these companies? So we are introducing the fiscal electronic device that the previous regime actually gave the legal backing to, a wonderful law. We are going ahead to implement it towards the end of this year. This is what is going to happen. We have started piloting it, and a number of companies, I think about 13 to 20 of them have started the pilot. We are deploying a point of sale device. And once you purchase anything from the shop and that your receipt is issued, it is directly linked to GRA and they are able to see what purchases we've made. When we are able to deploy this, we are going to go further to introduce a reward scheme to encourage every citizen to insist on getting his VAT receipt. So once you get the receipt, you enter it into that draw and you stand a chance of winning a vehicle, winning a TV and all that. This is going to help our citizens to help in enhancing compliance.
But you see, I read page 68 of this media budget, and that talks about this VAT reforms that you say. And the finance minister says 60% of VAT collected doesn't end up in state coffers.
Well, what he said was that we have a VAT gap of 60%, which means that 60% of our potential VAT is not either being collected or they are collected and not coming to the state as
So these companies
mentioned.
that you indicated are collecting VAT and they are like mini GRA. They keep the VAT, they don't give it to the state. You flag some of them. Are you going to sanction them for doing this?
Well, once we catch you, of course, we will. But it is difficult to implement these manually. And that is why we are deploying the system. Sometimes you go to a restaurant and they will give you the receipt on a sheet of paper. You eat and then they bring you, this is your bill. Some have even factored in VAT. What are the chances that all these monies they are collecting will be remitted to the state? So that is one way. There is another aspect. Look, if you probably visit our friend Ahiakwa in his home, and then you go to Honorable, I've seen the MP for Tamale, as a central, Saneregu here. One may be using MTN for internet provision in his home. Richard is a wealthy man, so he is using Starlink at home. Because MTN is registered in Ghana, they are charging VAT. Starlink is not charging VAT. We are not able to collect it. Meanwhile, they are getting it from consumers from Ghana, and our laws are clear. you need to charge the VAT and remit that to the state.
I see.
Netflix. Today, a lot of our youth are watching Netflix. They subscribe, they pay. We are losing on VAT on this. And so we are coming out with a system to capture those cross-border transactions.
I see.
That will help us. This is not an introduction of a new tax.
But how are you going to
An
ensure
existing tax.
that burden is not passed on to the consumer? Because as you start charging these people VAT, they are in business to make profit. And oftentimes what we have seen is that whenever there's that additional burden or charge on them, they pass it on to the consumer in terms of increased service charge and so on. Are we going to be protected in this
So
regard?
how is it fair to someone consuming a product from MTN who is paying VAT and another consuming from a different service provider and it's not charging VAT? We end up killing our local industries. Today, people, for convenience and maybe for this reason, will want to shop online. So that product that they are buying from a supplier outside the country will be cheaper than the product that will be sold in a shop at Accra Mall. How is that fair? How will we then promote our local businesses? And so everybody, once you are consuming, you must contribute. Once you are supplying, you need to charge VAT and remit to the state.
Well, I'm concerned about the protection for the consumer, so that, I mean, we don't have to obviously be burdened by all of this. And I say this because consistently we've seen that whenever a tax is introduced, that is that's consumer tax of this sort, as you have just explained.
So it is not an introduction of a tax. It is making sure that we broaden the tax base and collect the taxes that we have already committed to. The taxes that our laws have mandated us to collect. It's what we are broadening the base to make sure that everybody pays. Because it is not fair that one group of Ghanaians are paying and another set of Ghanaians are not paying. It is not fair to the businesses that because they are charging it, their prices are going higher and other businesses are not charging it, and so they are able to undercut prices. I mean, for fairness, it is important that we do that for everybody.
That's why Guta and others are asking that you should bring back the flat rate and so on. You've heard them.
Well, we have heard that, but you see, we have done a lot of things to this VAT regime. We, have raised the threshold from 200,000 to 750,000 because we want to protect the small businesses. That we don't want to let them go through that difficulty of charging, and then the amount of money we get from even that level of transaction is insignificant anyway. And so we have done this and trying to do a lot to promote businesses in Ghana. Now, contrary to that statement that you made mention of, that government is not spending.
Yes, I'm going to get to that, but you are betting heavy on revenue. You're saying you're going to be able to achieve this target?
We are optimistic.
And then leads me to expenditure. I'm going to put this on the screen. Even though revenue, as you indicated, the target 7.9, 7.8 relatively, just about 1%, not too significant. But if you look at expenditure control, you constrain what was constrained about 8% of GDP below the 9.9% target. That's why, and for the many people who are watching this, that's why they say that Ato and his deputy, they are not spending. You are not paying people. You are not stimulating the economy with money. You're only constraining expenditure, and that is helping the indicators to look good. Where are you spending? Why are we not seeing things happening?
We are spending. In fact, Dr. Ato Forson gave some examples, some figures of the expenditure we have made. He told all of us that we spent 48.8 billion to pay public sector workers. He told us all the things that, we have spent on. The big push we have spent in excess of 6.5 billion. So he gave an account of all these for people to appreciate it. I made a statement earlier that you can only spend what you have. Look, for the first time since I went to Parliament, I have seen that statutory funds have been paid promptly without any arrears. District Assembly Common Fund has been paid up to the second quarter of the year. It had never happened. Get Fund had received their monies up to the second quarter of the year. It has never happened. Health insurance. Look, today, the Health Insurance Authority is inviting people. They are pursuing service providers that come for claims. Come, bring your claims and let us pay you. For the first time, we have a lot of money sitting in the account. Contrary to what was happening in the past when people will submit claims and over 6 months, sometimes 1 year, their claims are not honored. And service providers, hospitals will be threatening to go back to cash and carry. Ghanaians have not forgotten about these. These are recent happenings that were happening in this country. Today, we are spending at the right places. We are sending all these monies and they are making prompt payments. Look, we give an account, each ministry, how much we have released to them as at the time of the budget presentation. And the figures that the minister provided are not releases. They are actual payments. Sometimes when we say we have released so much, people confuse that to the actual payment. And I want to take a second to explain this. Look, when we prepare a budget and we say we will collect revenues of, let's say, 1 billion cedis, and we'll spend, let's say, 1.2 billion. What that means is that when we collect, we intend to finance the budget of about 200 million. The difference will be financed. All the revenues that we have projected to collect will not be collected in January. It will be collected throughout the year. Some revenues even come in on the 31st of December. In fact, on the last day, 30th, 31st of December, that is when you see even a lot of companies, they want to close their account for the year, and so they push in a lot of revenues. Because all the revenues don't come at once, we have to stagger the releases. And so we give what we call quarterly allotments to every MDA. So in the first quarter, we'll tell you that maybe your budget was 200 cedis. The first quarter, we are making available 300, 400 cedis to you. We then go ahead and send release letters that out of your allotment, this amount is released to you. Then you go through your process to procure and assess the funds. So sometimes you hear that we say, oh, we have released X amount to this institution. You then now have to go through your procurement processes because releases to MDAs is not done by carrying cash in portmanteaus or dumping monies into their accounts. So once that is done, you go ahead and process and spend. What Dr. Atuforsen gave is what we have released and what MDAs have gone through procurement processes to assess and have been paid. So all these figures that you see are actual payments that have been made.
As there are some CEOs who have even spoken to me of record, they say you've introduced commitment authorization and so on. All of that making it...
If there is any policy, any one policy, that has helped us to instill discipline in this economy, in the management of our finances, and to have a handle on the economy, it is the introduction of the commitment authorization.
That you've given them money to spend, but yet they still have to come back to you.
You can accuse Ken Ofori-Atta for all the things they did, but you cannot blame them to some extent because they were at the finance ministry. They did not know the commitments that all these MDAs were doing, only to be hit at the end of the day that this institution has awarded this contract even when they did not have budget for it. So at the end of the day, the finance minister will be there and he will be surprised to see all those liabilities that he has to contend with. That is why we went to Parliament to amend our PFM Act to introduce a commitment authorization. That before you commit the state to any amount, you must come for the finance minister to give you commitment authorization. All that the finance minister looks out for is your budget and your ability to fund the procurement you want to embark on. Because don't forget, we have gone to Parliament to amend the same PFM Act and has introduced a requirement to maintain a 1.5% primary surplus on commitment basis. And that if the finance minister fails to achieve this, he should be censured. So if the finance minister will be censured for breaching that requirement, but he does not know what you are doing at your various MDAs, which will feed into the kind of requirement that we have to meet, then he has to have a handle on it.
So these are the expenditure controls you put
Expenditure
in place.
control.
But
And that has
is
helped us.
hurting them.
In the first year, through the commitment authorization process, we rejected the purchasing of cars to the tune of 1 billion cedis.
Car purchases.
Car purchases.
These are requests from the MMDAs
MDAs.
and the SOEs.
Yes.
1
to
billion.
purchase vehicles. For some reason, especially for donor funds and loans like the World Bank loans and all that, people thought that these World Bank funds were free money. For some reason, there was that impression that it was free money. And so if you look at the utilization of some of these funds, you'll be sad. So the minister was clear.
What are they using the World Bank money for?
Conferences, travels, vehicles, consultancy. So finance minister was clear. We had to engage the World Bank. That look, yes, we, and when I say we, Ghana government had already signed up with these programs that you are funding. We are not comfortable that at this time that we don't have access to the international bond market, the little resources we are having are being used for these soft things. Ato calls them soft things. And so we will not continue to draw down on these. We want to repurpose them. We want to draw down for the specific, infrastructure and other, interventions that will help our economic growth. And so when you bring requests to draw down and we check the utilization and we see any vehicle in it, we say no. We won't let this.
Is it
and
that you...
A lot of our MDAs are now appreciating this. Because look, why do we have that affinity for conferences, for workshops? So the president, through his chief of staff, I think Dr. Callistus Mahama, gave that directive. All these foreign, for some reason, boards of state-owned enterprises and all that will organize trainings for board members in the US, in the UK, and all that. And they were becoming one too many. And so there was that directive from the presidency to put a stop to this. So these are some of the things that we are constraining.
Okay.
As for releases to high-yielding impact projects and programs, we are doing it. I cannot end my submission this morning without talking about important infrastructural development that are ongoing in this country. Today, Dr. Ato Forson, because he's doubling as acting defense minister, is in Kumasi because of the Accra-Kumasi Expressway. He and the military are going to start the payment of compensation to some of the affected people. Those who gave way for the clearance of the Accra-Kumasi Expressway, as he gave an account. About 70% of the clearing is done. The military is doing so well. That project will take off very soon. I mean, actual construction.
Actual construction.
Will take on.
You say very soon. How soon?
We are expecting that before the end of the year. I mean, the designs and all that are, of course, they are almost done. You recall that when he first announced in Parliament, he said the road will cover a distance of about 198 kilometers. After clearing, they've done new alignments, and the length has been reduced to 176 kilometers.
176 kilometers. That's
From
about
Accra to
an
Kumasi.
hour and 30 minutes max from Accra to Kumasi.
Maximum 2 hours you are in Kumasi. Today, you try and go to Kumasi. If you go by road, it will take you forever. If you fly, you buy ticket of more than 5,000 cities.
But as
I
you
was
are
shocked.
doing this Accra Kumasi, I'm sure
coming.
you're also trying to improve
I'm
what
coming.
is already existing so
That
that
is-
those who cannot use the expressway would also
Exactly.
have...
We have not stopped construction on works on Accra Kumasi, the original road. Work is ongoing. We won't stop it. The Pokuasi interchange area and all that, work is going. We are making payments towards it.
Okay.
We have been able to accumulate $1.7 billion into a dedicated account, Accra Kumasi Expressway holding account with the Bank of Ghana. We took a decision that our mineral royalties, oil money, I mean, in the past, read all the peer reports. You see that they've been lamenting that we are spreading these resources thinly.
Yeah.
And so we can't see what this finite resource is the proceeds are being used in the country. We have taken a bold decision. We want to construct this expressway, 6-lane, speed, travel to be linking the two major cities
Right.
in Ghana. And President Mahama is clear, we are not ending it there. When we finish, in fact, we are hoping that by the end of this year, we'll be able to accumulate about $3 billion in the Accra Kumasi Expressway holding account. We are already done with the construction of the road in our pockets before the actual construction starts on the ground. So these are the monumental and ambitious projects that we are doing. Go to Afram Plains. Today, there are contractors on Adolso Echiamam from Bridge. We are going to construct the longest bridge in Ghana, 3.6 kilometers long, linking the main country to the food basket, the main food basket of this economy. Huge double lane, unlike the Adomi Bridge where you have a single lane, you cannot overtake on the bridge. This is going to be a dual carriage bridge with a section for Aboboya because it's linking a food production area. The president is thinking about his legacy, that before he leaves office in 2028, end of 2028, certain standards must be set in the Ghanaian economy.
I know you've got to leave us, but my guests are going to be joining you, some stakeholders as well. We'll have a conversation. Inflation is going up. Over the last 2 months, I'm sure you're aware of this. The last time, and based on the statistics from the Ghana Scale Service, much of it is from food inflation. Last weekend, I was at the Tudu market. The tomatoes they gave me, I didn't understand why. When I bought 30 Ghana cedis tomatoes, what they counted for me was heartbreaking. So I'll find out from you what you're doing about this. Because you can't solve every inflation problem with the Bank of Ghana doing inflation targeting and so on. This is coming from beneath. Okay, but let's hear from the minority. My other guests will join the Deputy Finance Minister, but take a look at what the minority said at the press conference.
Can best be described as talk more, do little government. Because the review has confirmed our description of the original budget, the 2026 budget, as having only bones, no meat. And for that matter, can best be described as Koscielny budget. The minister tried his best to do what he does best, propaganda. But his own data gave him out. His own data showed that the honeymoon is over. They are now faced with the reality because this budget is empty. And because it has no meat and they have no story, again, the minister resorted to blame game. They've been doing this blame game from the time they assumed office in 2025. And after 18 months in government, they are still doing blame game. The Ghanaian people voted for them to deliver just that and not to blame the previous government. But as you all heard from the minister's address, there is nothing to tell the people of Ghana. I will point out to you some of the confessions the minister made. Confessions in respect of issues they disputed last year and early this year. I will also point out some inaccuracies in the presentation, as well as their failure to implement some of the programs they promised the people of Ghana. Number one is on the issue of reserves, international gross reserves. Most of you were in this parliament when the minister brought the reserve management policy. They call it accelerated reserve management policy to this house for parliament to approve.
Welcome back. That's a minority press conference there. This was after the media budget review was presented. If you're just joining us, this is Key Point on TV3. We're live on 3FM 92.7. Deputy Finance Minister is here with us. And joining us now is Member of Parliament for Saginaw, also a member of the Finance and Economic Committee of Parliament, the Honourable Atta Issa. Good morning. Thank you for joining us, Honourable. Good morning.
Good morning to you.
Okay. Also joining us this morning is Richard Ahiagba. He's, for now, the Director of Communications of the MPP. He wants to be elevated into the position of the first Vice Chairman of the MPP. So he's doing groundswork. Good morning.
Prepared to stay in opposition till 2040.
Oh, how?
I don't know what dream lawyer had last night.
Martin Pebu is private legal practitioner. He's a member of the oral preparatory team. They've wrapped up their work, an anti-corruption crusade as well. Council, good morning.
Morning, Mr. Council. I was telling Mr. Ahiagba that he will be in opposition till 2040. So he should get prepared. Yes, after NDC is done, it will come to the middle. You see, the middle will shape up.
The middle, what are you talking about?
Yes, the non-aligned people, but then it would have coalesced enough to take, and then after that, before it will come.
They're not aligned, including yourself.
Yes.
So you one day get into the presidency.
It will come there. Oh, it's a natural growth. It's coming there. The middle class are becoming wiser, seeing that MPP and DC, there's a certain trajectory. So after a while, we should also take control. Then it will come to the MPP. So 2040. So relax.
Interesting.
Hey, but let me, as usual, this will do the rituals. Men above 40, we beg you. If you haven't done the prostate check, please go do it. It's not that expensive. We are losing people. And if a nation has no men, then it is no nation, right? Okay. The men who pee outside, right? You park your vehicle and then you pee. It's just not on. True. You know, we pride ourselves. Look at the phones we use, iPhone 17, etc. Then you park your vehicle and you stand outside to pee. This morning on the Gimpa Legon bypass, I saw two men going. They were attired like going to a funeral.
Right.
Standing outside and peeing. I'm like, what is this? The vehicle standing. Get a bottle. Even this one, you can use it. Please. So this peeing outside, it's a shame because I told you, look, I'm sure you're travel. In the middle of nowhere, in the middle of a bush, you try peeing there and you see, you are in trouble. Not that it's even in any town. In the middle, I remember I told you that there was this shop. 8 years ago, San Francisco, in the middle of nowhere, in the bush. don't allow you to pee.
True.
So why do we do that here?
Very
okay.
important.
So we greet Yasan to us of Kufu. See there you Ajima Bedu the second. Togbe Afede, and then who have I left out today again?
Yes, thank you very much, Council. Joe Jackson is CEO of Daylex Finance. It's a financial analyst as well. So Jackson, good morning. Thank you.
Good morning.
And yes, once again, Mr. Jackson, thank you for coming. Our condolences to you on the loss of your daughter.
It is well.
Look, I mean, we can't say enough of how much this pain we all share in it, and this is coming from the management staff, all of us, and my guest here as well to you. I know it's been a painful period, but we're with you. You are not alone.
It is well. It is well.
Thank you.
Thank you too.
Thank you. Thank you so much. The Honorable Deputy Finance Minister will have to leave us. I know there's a Finance Committee meeting ongoing as we speak, because you are racing against time to deal with the budget and matters arising. But on the matter of inflation, and that's the lived reality of people, that prices of food items are going up, at least not all, specific ones I just talked about, tomatoes as well, yam. That's my lived experience because I go to the market. How are you dealing with this, what we are confronted with now?
Yeah, maybe my final words. But before I come to the inflation part, my new friend Richard just reminded me of something. You know, I made a statement earlier. I repeated what my boss, Dr. Ato Paulson, said, that we cannot spend what we don't have. You know, in August, we have to pay 10.8 billion cedis in DDEP. We also have to pay 58.8 billion next year, 30 billion in February, and 28 billion 6 months after that.
That's a lot of money. That's about 111 billion cedis between 2027 and 2028.
And he called that the real Agenda 111. So, you see, when we collect revenue, we have decided to put some aside to be able to meet these obligations when they fall due. And so the DDEP that will fall due in August this year of 10.8 billion, we've already put aside in excess of 6 billion, almost 7 billion. And we know that by that time, we will be able to meet the obligation without fail. We are also building buffers in a sinking fund, putting aside monies month after month. So while we are releasing some funds to MDAs to spend, we are also putting some aside to be able to meet these obligations.
Right.
In the sinking fund account, we also have built some 15 plus billion as at the time of the budget presentation. And our target is that by the time we present the main 2027 budget in November, we should be getting close to the 30 billion that will be due in February next year. So you need to balance it.
Right.
You need to manage the finances because the cost of default will be so huge for us that we cannot bear. So it is important. So people should see that it is not that Ato Paulson has the money and he says, I won't spend. Who will do that? We have a number of things we've promised Ghanaians that we will deliver. And we are delivering on them. That is why we are working together to ensure that we rake in more revenue. Today, because of the good management of the economy, we are being invited to re-enter the international bond market. But he says we are not in a hurry. He says let us work hard, manage the economy well, and achieve an investment grade. All credit rating agencies have upgraded us. They have recognized what we are doing. But we are not there yet.
Okay.
We have to get to a point where we can attract cheap capital. That is when we'll be comfortable to enter the market. Now, on the inflation question that you asked, yes, we set a target that our inflation target for this year is 8 plus or minus 2%. So the target is that we don't go beyond 10%, and the lower band is 6%. Now we have achieved 5.3%, significantly above our own target. We've seen inflation itching up slightly. If you recall, when President Mahama was inaugurating, is that an inauguration, swearing in Dr. Ato Forson, he made a statement to him that, Ato, Ghanaians expect you to stabilize the currency and bring inflation down. That was his marching order. So as soon as he came, he went to work with the Bank of Ghana. You know, stabilization is the main mandate of the central bank. So we started having weekly meetings. They can do their part, but if the fiscal does not support their effort, the monetary, we won't be able to achieve it. And so we started complementing the BOG's mandate, their actions, with fiscal policies. Yes, the tomato issues that you are talking about are real. We all live here, we go to the same market. We also know that there are food glut in some parts of the country.
In fact, I just received a message from the rice farmers, say rice glut in parts of the northern region of Ghana. And it says they want to find out from the minister what government is doing to absorb the rice glut. I mean, this is from Dr. Charles Nyaba. Yes, quickly.
It is real. And so sometimes some other interventions. Recently, we were in Parliament to get approval to construct 1,050 kilometers of feeder roads, what we call the farm to market.
Right.
In some cases, even transportation of this produce from the producing areas to the market is so difficult and so costly that they push up the prices and lead to inflation. And so we are having a holistic approach to solve this, not a temporal, because today food prices are going up. We find a temporal solution only to go to sleep and then it recurs. And so all these are happening. Buffer stock is one of the institutions who have received their full allocation for the year, even though we are in half of the year. We have paid 200 million cedis to buffer stock to help mop up all these excess food that you are talking about. For instance, the rice and other things that you are talking about.
Interesting.
I mean, we stand ready to work with the Ministry of Agri to see if they finish exhausting the 200 million and we still need to find a way to support that process. We will do it.
That's one of the ways that this, the indicators make meaning in the lives of people.
Exactly.
That is the reduced cost of items on the market. That's what we live with. That's what we're going to make sense of the statistics.
Exactly.
As you put out there. Yeah. In fact, I caught a number of messages. Asari Godwin says, kindly ask the minister if he knows most hospitals and hospital system management providers you say are stealing from NHIS. He says, sadly, some staff are away and taking monies from the state. So this is, I'm sure you want to check that.
Yeah, that's not something that I'm aware of.
Great.
The right ministry can be alerted to see how they can.
Financial sector reform. I mean, and that's the final one because Mr. Jackson is here. The concerns raised by the private sector that the financial institutions in Ghana, especially the banks, are not lending a lot to them, to, as it were, expand, to be able to employ more people, jobs, so that this growth will be job-rich growth. And they are not seeing that happening, even though the rates are down. Is this a concern that has gotten to you, the finance ministry? What are you doing about this? And then I'll get Mr. Jackson to us.
Well, you see, I think it is picking up. Previously, I mean, before we came, interest rates were so high, it was attractive to banks to lend to the state because the treasury bill rates were above 27%. we made deliberate effort. In fact, Dr. Folsom was like, look, let us deliberately push interest rates down. And if we don't lend, if we don't take the money that you bring to us, you'll be forced to lend to the private sector. So we had to deliberately crowd in the private sector. Today, the 91-day Treasury bill has significantly reduced. Banks are now looking at options because it doesn't make sense to take all the money while the private sector suffers. There is always a time lag between when an economic policy is implemented and when the effects are felt in the economy. So it's a gradual process. The transmission mechanism will kick in, and all these will begin to yield the needed results. So I won't leave without doing the ritual. The good people of Esuojaman are listening to me, and I want to say a very good morning to them and to thank them for their continuous support. It is because of them that I sit here today. And so, me mamunyina ache, ahemfo, asofo, okusiaku, brimpon kumisa sereku, enu ewule mi ebiakao enyitimo, ni enu ule eneka na odene hoko afo akoto, ni ame maame na nafra koma. Zamentamba, nti elema bay ese otimenka. Togbe Achu-Havor, president of the Ewe Traditional Rulers Association, Indi Nam. You see, you will know the language.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I want to say something.
Yes.
Yes. And this is coming from quite a significant cross-section of those of us who say that keep the discipline. Please pass the message to everybody. Keep the discipline. Don't spend what you don't have. And quietly, we are supporting you, we are cheering you on. There's a certain argument going on that acts as if there's a trade-off between what you call stability and growth. That trade-off is not true. The stability is a prerequisite for growth. And as soon as we, and why I'm saying this is, we are urging you to resist the pressure from within your own party, the pressure from opposition. Resist that pressure and keep the discipline. It is the discipline that has brought us this far. And it is the discipline that will deliver growth in the future. Thank you very much. And please pass on the message to the Honorable Minister of Finance that we may disagree on a few things. But as for the discipline, it is a non-negotiable part of that. That's what we need. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And it is refreshing to hear this from you. We always appreciate these honest statements. We also take criticisms in good faith. If you listen to Dr. Ato Folsom, he acknowledged that the success that this government has chalked is not for the government, it's for the people of Ghana. And that the stability we have achieved, it's a national achievement, and it will take a national approach to sustain it. One important thing that I must say before I leave here, that Ato Folsom is a very disciplined finance minister. He cannot be pushed around. But he couldn't have achieved this if he did not have a president who believed in what we're doing. If the president calls his finance minister that regardless, spend on this, do this, do you think the finance minister can say no? So when people turn and then they even go to the president, we need to say, the president understands the economy to my surprise. You go and brief him and he says, okay, this. And then he becomes an ambassador and explains to people. So we are achieving this because we have that backbone. The president supports what we are doing. He gives the direction and we are able to follow. And so we are grateful. He is minded that he wants to leave a good legacy. He wants to set a new standard of governance in this country. And we are on course. President Mahama,
He's Deputy Finance
I leave
Minister
you in the capable hands
and
of
MP
my
for
good brother here.
Thank you.
I know he'll be able to deal with Richard. Thank you.
Thomas Nyakwampe is Deputy Finance Minister, MP for the Sojaman constituency. As always, Key Point is brought to you by Bank of Africa, as strong as a group, as close as a partner, and also we have GASEM, the nation builder. They build the foundations of the nation over decades, and they continue to evolve to meet your building needs. Mr. Jackson, there was that question to you from the private sector. Quite a number of them, AGI members, have been sending me messages to find out from the finance minister why they are not getting money to expand, to also create jobs for the people. And they are pointing to you, the financial institutions.
Two things. It's so easy for everybody to say the financial sector is not lending. Truth of the matter is that it's strictly not true. I'm prepared to challenge businesses that are well run, that are well documented, that in the last week you've had a knock on your door from your banker seeking to give you money. The financial institutions are now the old ways where we used to take your money, dump it with the government, sit back, and the profits roll in. They're long past. You have to work. And part of the challenge in the financial sector is now that the actors have to start thinking and get creative about giving money out. But the one thing that we cannot do is to give money out recklessly. And in that sense, please, let's be mindful that those who are well run, well documented, are getting money. Those who are coming up with, I've got a contract. It is from XYZ. Give me money to finance it. That's old hat. And it won't fly. Even in these circumstances, some of us are saying that be careful about payment. So you may have the contract, but we need to make sure that it makes sense. We need to make sure that you have the collateral so that you're not taking undue risk. You must have skin in the game. At the same time, I'll be the first to admit that DDEP ravished our balance sheets. Right? So some of what has happened in the last year has been truly and honestly, we're also all trying to fix our balance sheets small. So it's two things. One, the banks are clawing back some of the devastation. Remember that the banks and the other financial institutions bore the brunt of the DDEP. Right? We took a bigger haircut than everybody else. So we're trying to build our balance sheets. You may or may not disagree with that, but that's part of that has happened. On the other hand, private sector Ghana must understand that we are in a new dispensation. That new dispensation requires us to be better run. That new dispensation requires us to be, better documented. It requires us to think through what we're doing and take legitimate risk. I assure you that anybody who has that kind of plan, anybody who has that kind of documentation, that knock is going to come from your bankers sooner than later. And if your bankers are not minding you, move to another institution, because I assure you the institutions are ready to lend, except that we will not lend recklessly. Every institution is mindful of what happened 2017-18 and knows what reckless lending did to our financial sector.
Okay. I see. Well, if the AGI people who have been sending me their messages, I'm sure they will respond to this particular issue that you have just read. And I'll go to Mr. Nyagba on his verdict on the state of the economy through the lenses of the mid-year budget review as presented by the finance minister. You heard the deputy finance minister speak, Mr. Nyagba, and the fact that in fact, reiterating a number of the things that the finance minister put out on the right trajectory. We indicators pointing towards the right direction, but then again, acknowledge a number of things that have to be done. What's your verdict on the state of the economy 6 months on into 2026?
Alfred, good morning, and good morning to my brothers here and the finance minister. He's a smooth talker. I think that he spoke his gospel, but according to us Ghanaians, that's not our gospel, because our lived experiences through the cameras of your own station at Makola tells us that there is a disconnect between the fine language the finance minister read and what we experience every day. And we're going to use the numbers they produce to illustrate that. I wanted to ask Minister a question. Their target...
is here.
Yeah. So I'm sure he can deal with that. My simple question for the minister was that, they are aiming for discipline, they are aiming for showing that they are achieving primary balance and spending within a certain band. Mm-hmm. But I wanted to ask him, because he says that they can't spend what they don't have. Mm-hmm. And that the expenditures that they are making are the required or a sound expenditure they are making. But, I wanted to ask him, if they had paid social protection, which is LEAP, LEAP transfers, school feeding, disability support payments, which was programmed to be about some 1.76 billion. Mm-hmm. And they have paid just about 758 million out of that, leaving a deficit or shortfall of about 62%. Mm-hmm. If they had paid that, capital expenditure, which they programmed to spend about...
so the LEAP is 485 million.
So that's what they paid, mm-hmm. correct?
Yes.
Okay.
It's a direct cash deployment for social protection.
As opposed to about what?
The projection
was about 1.7 billion, 1.76 billion.
That's for the full year.
Yes.
But this is a half year.
No. So that was for the half year. That's a half year. That's a half year projection. So with that, would the government still have achieved the 1% primary surplus that they are touting? And so what then that gives you is that the government is actually balancing the books on the back of the most vulnerable in our society, and that for me is telling to the extent that would be trying to achieve a certain fiscal discipline mm-hmm. on the back of the most vulnerable of our society. So the balance of what I would say, given what the minister came to present yesterday, it's obvious that revenue is not doing well, but then the minister prefers not to talk about it. Expenditure is inherently, their strategy from 2025 is to constrain expenditure. My senior Joe Jackson's talking about that ought to be applauded. I don't disagree, but only to the extent that the things that you must spend on ought to be spent on. If you are sacrificing social protection expenditure only to achieve fiscal discipline, it's almost as if you are cutting your tongue. You haven't, if you eat that, you haven't eaten any meat, literally. So if the poor are supposed to bear the brunt of your discipline, then you're mostly just ravaging society. And I think that appearance, the posture the government is taking on that, for me, is regressive. It is unfortunate. And I don't think that gives us or gives the government any plaudits, especially when there are other budgets that we see in terms of compensation. I think it fell short just about some 5%. Mm-hmm. And they are making commitments on that. But then the poor, who ought to be protected, are being sacrificed. Also on contractors, mm-hmm. My brother, Honorable Kwame Agboja, one of the busiest ministers, could have been even more busier if capital expenditure was up to scratch, and also these contractors that are working for him, and then he goes about, trying to get them to deliver on time. Most of them are not delivering because the government owes them and it's not paying. And if you see the estimate that government program for this half term to pay contractors.
Government owes the big push contractors?
Yes, not a big push contractors, the contractors that it owes altogether, not discriminating big push. I think big push, they have a certain balance of cash that they are giving them.
Yes.
But I'm talking about other contractors that the government owes. Payment is not going. You understand? And which then it affects the local economy. So really, everything we're experiencing in this economy, which tells you that things are not working, things are tightening up, cost of living is going up, and Ghanaians are complaining. And Alfred, you yourself is complaining. It just tells you that, the posture of the government to snuff the oxygen out of the economy, which is just to make sure that there's no money in circulation, is actually is hurting. It's counterproductive, because you have all this growth that you're talking about, and those growth that we're talking about, Minister just didn't want to accept it, but it is a galamsey economy. It is induced by a sector that is not broad-based. But Minister says that it's broad-based, but it's not.
Why do you say it's not broad-based?
It's not broad-based. I mean, which is the broad-based you want to talk about? The growth, where it's coming from? How broad-based is that? Even if it is broad-based, then we are saying that galamsey is widespread. And of course, even though it's widespread, the people involved in that, they are seen on one hand as having to engage in an illegal enterprise. You understand? So even if you are making incomes from there, it is more or less an appearance of an indisciplined or an illegal income that you're making. But I'm saying that the growth generally is not broad-based. It's not broad-based. And that is telling when you look at the unemployment situation in the country. Because if it's broad-based, what jobs are being created? So largely, the 6.4 growth that you're reporting is a jobless growth. Inherent is a jobless growth. And if you do that, you are not building the economy. And that's why a lot of people are suffering. Today, the minister says to us that we have achieved stability. Alfred, what are the elements of stability? Inflation, which they say now the lower band 6%, or this 6 or 7% that they've set for themselves, and then maybe an upper band of 10. This has been the target since when I was a boy, plus or minus 8%. Okay, now you see that inflation is trending up again. Okay, so that stability narrative they are pushing is beginning to crack. Okay, it's beginning to crack. And if you look at the period, especially if you look at services inflation, about 9.4, which translates into transport costs going up, people going back and forth to work, their cost is going up. Food inflation has jumped up, even though the headline inflation stays at 5%. I think food inflation jumped from 4% or so to about 6.3%. And so you are seeing that on a daily basis, the kinds of things Ghanaians engaged in, that they deal with on a daily basis, that aspect of our economy is going up. And that's why I said to you, Alfred, that there's a great disconnect. There's a daylight between what government, led by the finance minister, is representing to us on paper versus what we're experiencing in our homes. That there is no relationship at all in terms of what they say the economy is doing versus what we are experiencing.
You haven't felt any improvement?
Yes, and at the end of the day, Alfred, at the end of the day, what carries is the people's experiences. People will go to the polls to vote on the balance of their experiences, their rational assessment of things, and the evaluation of what it is that the economy is delivering. And so, yes, they can have good things on paper, But that has no association with our realities. And that is where the rubber meets the road.
And so I keep saying that in assessing the economy, it's not so much about what you see.
Yes.
It's a lot more about how people feel.
The feedback.
And you're saying that you haven't felt any improvement.
Absolutely. And you're through the lenses of your own camera, right? And I suppose that you will play it for us to see. That makes the story. I can keep quiet after you play that video and then just listen. Because what it is that people have given you the account of what it is the economy should be. All the video that you guys brought from Makola, if that video was properly, formatted and went to Parliament and played, that would have been the state of the economy. That would have been the media review of the economy, which suggests that people are not selling, people are not buying because they don't have money, and market women are desperate, they are losing money, their businesses are collapsing. That is the reality of the economy. But then government tells us that, this is the discipline that we are engaged in. And then, Alfred, the connection here is that discipline, because it is superficial discipline to achieve a certain outlook, people are suffering, yet they can't deal with it. They can't deal with it to stimulate the economy. You use the word, Alfred, that they need to stimulate the economy. They are not stimulating the economy.
You've pointed out some payments they have made over time to stimulate the economy, as you're talking about, as a counter to that particular narrative. And I'm going to run through that if that answers the question that you're asking. But Honorable Ataisa, this is it. Look.
But can I just conclude for you before you conclude? So right. Ultimately, yes, you can run through any number. But what I stand on is the videos that you have brought in. Just always juxtapose that video by the women who are dealing with the real economy, telling you their story. Juxtapose every number you will bring by that account, which is uninduced account. From if I were bringing in that video, you can question it. But TV3, very credible, okay, very very professional. Is that so? Very neutral, and they have brought in that video. That video is gospel. TV3 video, as far as I'm concerned, is gospel on the economy. So to the it has always been the case.
This is a going on video.
Exactly. Oh, why? Do you have doubts? Do you have doubts?
Okay. Going on video to be played back at the appropriate time.
Do you have doubts about that?
Let's proceed.
So that for me is gospel. So let's always try to play every narrative. Okay, either from me or from Ataisa, the minister, by that and judge and say that this is a neutral account of what really is happening in Ghana versus what is on paper. There's daylight.
Honorable Ataisa, this is the verdict. The disconnect talks about you cannot achieve this stability on the back of, let's say, the constrained expenditure, which is creating the indicators towards the right direction without necessarily releasing a lot of money into the system to stimulate growth.
Yeah.
On that.
So let me say good morning to you and to the good people of Sanarigo. And I think that what Honorable Richard has been able to do this morning successfully is to sensationalize or play on the emotional keyboards of people watching us this morning. But the question of stability or the scorecard or assessment of how an economy is doing has been established by literature, World Bank, the IMF. There's a framework to which we measure the health of an economy. So it is not what I will say or what Honorable Richard will say that will really define what a healthy economy looks like. You see, what the Minister of Finance came to did, when was that? On Thursday,
yeah.
Was remarkably different from what we've been used to. And that's why they are surprised. President Mahama in 2013 to 2016 never came to read the mid-year review statement by asking for any additional money. From 2013 to 2016, in Parliament, when you are doing mid-year, you can either come by a statement or a motion. A statement in the sense that you come and present an update on the budget execution for the year. or you come by a motion that is asking for additional resources to execute government programs. In 2019, there was no COVID. The NPP came and asked for additional money. And I will demonstrate to you why they are thinking different. They were expecting that government should ask for more money to do more things. That is the tradition. In 2019, when there was no COVID, they came asking for more money. In 2020, they came asking for more money. In 2021, they came introducing new taxes in a mid-year. In fact, even in 2018, that was when we saw the luxury vehicle tax. And in 2021, we saw the COVID-19 relief taxes. For 2 years running, the Minister of Finance has come to Parliament without asking for one additional revenue. That is commendable. It means that the minister is doing the right projections and is willing to stay within acceptable limits. If you look at the scorecard or the assessment by the IMF, this is their own executive assessment of Ghana's economy for the year 2026 in May. The IMF is of the view that in terms of macroeconomic stability, the assessment here is strong, and they have given reason. It is anchored on positive growth, inflation control, fiscal and external indicators improve simultaneously. So this is a neutral assessment, not what government has put out, a neutral assessment. On fiscal credibility, as to whether our fiscal measures, that is our revenue measures and expenditure control measures, is it credible? The IMF says the 2025 primary balance materially exceeding targets. Spending was below program, and this has improved the sovereign ratings of Ghana.
But they acknowledge the spending below program.
Yes,
and
of course.
That's been one of the criticisms.
Of
that,
course.
You know what?
Of
You
course.
are not spending.
Of course. You won't spend what you don't have. And I'll come to why I'm saying that is their tradition, not ours. On debt sustainability, the IMF says improving strongly. And this is the reason: debt to GDP ratio, debt service burden fell, restructuring advanced, and then debt accumulation slowed. This government is not having the appetite of borrowing recklessly.
But you've now gone to Parliament to approve almost $1 billion.
Yes.
On the back of that.
No, wait. Let's look at the history once again. The first year the NPP took office in 2017, that was when they entered into the international capital market to borrow 2.5 billion Franklin Templeton loan. Just 1 year in office. 1 year. In fact, the only party for 8 years, they have borrowed $13 billion in the capital market. 13 billion. That is why President Akufo-Addo has the record of borrowing more than 13 other presidents combined since the First Republic.
Oh.
From 122 billion to 764 billion. What is that? That's 6 times. And all from Nkrumah up to John Mahama first was 122 billion. He moved it from 122 billion to 700 billion. Yes. And it is evident in the numbers that we saw. Honorable Richard was talking about social protection.
Yes.
LEAP, school feeding, education and health interventions were protected. So despite austerity, government still protected the vulnerable. And that is what it is even here.
That's 485
Yes.
million.
And I heard my brother saying that the half-year target was 1.7 billion. It's not true. That was the end-year target.
Yeah.
Yes. So please, it is. So if you yes. So now look at when they say budget is not fully executed. In 2025, we want to demonstrate the past as a baseline to know whether you achieve it this year. Revenue and grants. The minister tagged targeted 229.9 billion Ghana cedis in 2025 as the revenue we were expected to get. We ended up by getting 224 billion. We expected to get 229 billion Ghana cedis. We ended up by getting 224 billion. The variance of just minus 2.2%. That means we were close. The standard deviation of it was not too much. Now look at something. Expenditure, we expected to do 269.5 billion. We ended the year with 238.7 billion.
That is short of your
own projections. Short of our own projections in terms of expenditure.
Absolutely.
And the reason is simple. Sometimes some projects are multi-year projects. For example, the Big Push. They will allocate, you hear a total expenditure of 73 billion. But not all the 73 billion relates to the year 2025. Because all the Big Push projects is paid on certificates. So the project will not be completed within the 1 year cycle of 2025. Some will be 2 years. In fact, the government says the Big Push project is 2 years and it will end in December 2027. So if you capture the total expenditure for year one as part of your projected expenditure, not all those expenditure will be utilized in the year 2025. So you don't expect the expenditure to still be the 73 billion. Now let's look at the record of the MPP. You see, we are doing under expenditure measuring against what we have raised. In 2021, the MPP budgeted or targeted to raise 72 billion Ghana cedis. And they ended the year with 113 billion Ghana cedis expenditure. So you are raising 72 billion, you spend 113 billion. In excess of almost 40 billion Ghana cedis.
And they justified that by indicating that they spent, in critical sectors of the economy.
No problem.
And that is what they are asking.
So,
why you are not doing.
We'll look at the scorecard. When you justify all those things, they didn't measure what they achieved to us. Inflation of 23%, unemployment of 14.7%. In fact, the policy rate was at 27%. Bank lending rate was hovering around over 30%. Inflation, bad. Exchange rate depreciation, 19%. Everything was going bad. So despite all the spending they said they have done, they still led us to a ditch. The point I'm trying to say is that you cannot budget to spend 72 billion as your revenue, and you ended up by spending 113 billion. The only way you can finance that type of deficit is either taxes or borrowing. And that's why they have the appetite of borrowing more. In 2022, they budgeted to receive 105 billion. Yet they spent 137.5 billion Ghana cedis, extra 37 billion. So every time, what they project to spend, they end up by spending more, even under an IMF program in 2023. So you don't expect us in the period of austerity to gain stability. And let me be honest with you, stability and growth is a natural consequence of stability. So growth is not engineered through only spending. The economy will dictate the pace of growth.
And I reference the NDPC's own, the National Development Planning Commission. They say that all of these indicators, good, growth achieved good, but then it is not job-rich.
Yes, growth. So that's what I'm saying.
It is jobless growth, essentially.
Yes.
That's what the NDPC, 2 weeks ago, they put out. Have you seen this?
No, I've read the report. It has been brought to us in Parliament. I'm saying that growth is a natural consequence of stability. There should be a lag between them. And let me explain that. If you create a private, let's say, an economy where the Ghana reference rate is around 11%, let's say. What it means is that access to private capital is now higher. And I'm not surprised. In 2025, we saw growth in private capital of 22 billion Ghana cedis, meaning that businesses can now borrow at cheaper rates. as a result of that and stability in inflation that guarantees the predictability in business environment, is a natural consequence that production will increase. That is not a way of stimulating production, but the macroeconomic circumstances and government direct intervention in promoting private capital growth will lead to natural growth in businesses. So I'm saying that let stability create the growth. If you are in a hurry because minority or people are saying it is a jobless growth, what it simply means is that spend in 1D, 1F, spend in
scrapping those initiatives in their view.
I'm coming. I'm saying that all those monies we dole out in those initiatives did not yield any good outcome. And that's what I've just told you. All the outcome, look, every policy you initiate, it should come with a measurable outcome. So we had 1D, 1F. We have agriculture, what's the name of that program? Planting for Food and Jobs. We have all those programs, yet food inflation was over 30%. We had all those things, unemployment was 14.7%. We had all those things, CD still depreciated. So what was the benefit of all those interventions? But cancelling that has led to these numbers and unemployment falling. I will land with this statement from the World Bank April 2026 macro poverty outlook that says that the multi-poverty dimension, over 950,000 Ghanaians has left poverty brackets. 950. This is the World Bank April 2026 macro poverty outlook report. So these are measurable gains that the government is doing as a result of the conditions that we have created in the country. But to expect us to return back, can you imagine if you are a finance minister, Mr. Joe Jackson, you inherit an economy that you are expected to cough up 111 billion Ghana cedis in debt payments.
111 billion.
Yes. So next year, we are expected to pay.
That is for the DDEP.
Yes, DDEP. I'm just saying that if you inherit an economy, this is not a debt occasioned by Honorable Tuforsa. This is an inherited program under the debt restructuring program where we deferred our credit liability to future. So what the restructuring simple did was either
Okay, sorry. Quick. Okay. No, make your point.
So either we negotiate on coupon or we negotiate on maturity. So we postpone a lot of those things to 2027, 2028 and beyond. My point is that if you are a finance minister, you inherit an economy where you are supposed to cough up 111 billion in just 2 years. And surprisingly, there was nothing like a buffer that will guarantee that those money should be paid. In fact, we established the sinking fund. When the MPP came, the sinking fund was not always ravaged. They collateralized most of those buffers that the country had introduced. Today, despite subjecting this country into needless commitments, there is no single account where you will say that this was the revenue source that would have been used to deal with the matter. So I'm saying that we are building a country, and in building a nation, what is important is that you must not leave the next generation to suffer due to your difficult and reckless decisions. And that is what I saw under the MPP regime, that they spent so much without thinking about how it will be paid. And 64 billion Ghana cedis in just 8 years, you added close to, as a result of your debt accumulation and exchange rate differentials effects on your debt, you added over 500 to 600 billion. How? And yet, this 500 billion Ghana cedis addition is expected, a lot of them is expected to be matured in the next 10 years. How do you expect the government to fulfill that? That requires austerity, that requires commitment to fiscal prudence, and that is why we are saying that we will not spend beyond what we have, and we will spend within acceptable limits, and let Ghanaians be the best judge as to whether we are achieving on our mandate or not.
So Jackson, I want to make a quick input, and I'll come to Lawyer Martin quickly.
You know, I want to give a certain analogy that if you are building a house, if you're putting up a building, commercial building, and you don't sink the foundations deep and strong enough. You just do a foundation that is meant for 1 floor, 2 floors, and you say, let's grow.
Yeah.
Let's grow. Let's build 7 floors. Let's build 10 floors. You're going to hit a point where the whole building will what? Come tumbling down. It is important for all of us to temper our expectations. And you see, the problem is that the expectation seems to be very high.
Very high.
That we've come out of a crisis. Let's make sure that before we jump up and start running for growth, the foundation is right. That being said, jobs are important. So, on one hand, there's organic growth that will come because the economy is growing and jobs are growing. One of the things we were hoping the budget will say is not, we don't want to go to the bad old days where government has a program to create jobs, but to give us a program for accelerating and rewarding private sector for going deliberately and intentionally to create jobs. What about tax credits if you create a certain number of jobs? What about the same tax credit if you create jobs not in Accra, but in my hometown of Senyabreku and Winneba? The point is that there are certain incentives that could be given that will make private sector think first about creating jobs, even as they are growing and investing. And that is something that I think we should have heard a little bit more from this budget. A deliberate program to encourage the private sector of this economy
to create jobs.
Because and let's be clear, what we didn't want was the government to come and tell us sanitation track, health track, another track, pretend to create jobs. The people also pretend to work, and we all pretend that we are happy. We are not. But the private sector, which should create the real jobs, must be given extra incentives so that if I sit up today and I say, I want to do something, I should first think, but if I do it and I create more jobs, my reward will be better. So in the investment, I should have a job creation mentality. That is one of the things that I was hoping I would see. But as to the foundation being right for growth, it is important. What determines a tree is not how high. What determines how high a tree goes is how deep
the roots are.
And let's make sure that our roots are deep before we jump up and say, let's grow, let's grow, let's grow, let's grow. It's not that simple.
So the incentive for private sector to create jobs.
Yes.
That's what it was missing in the budget for you.
You see, the job creation strategy was missing. And we cannot hide the fact that the growth, whether little or small, we're experiencing now, has not created as much jobs as we could have hoped for.
Okay, you want to?
So I just wanted to.
I
just wanted to provide this info. You see, this is a legitimate thing, and I'm sure the Minister of Finance will react to that. But from the earlier submissions, I got the impression that the growth that we are seeing here was largely because we are not spending, or also gold and others. Look, I just saw from the Bank of Ghana's website, there's an indicator that they use to decompose the growth. What are the contributors of the growth? And you realize that...
But that's what the minority said, that this is...
Yes.
And that's what Richard Akbar says is galamsey-induced growth.
Yes.
That so much of it, mining and query.
Why don't you wait? When you come back to him, then you can make that point. Because the things he said, I have a response.
It's okay.
No problem. Please.
Okay, so let's correct a few of the statements that were made. Richard, you're saying that the inflation targeting of plus or minus 2% on the 8
plus or minus.
Yes, that band. was there since you were a boy. I doubt it. That thing started informally around 2002. I don't think 2002 you were a boy, right? It's a boy. It started informally around 2002. Then the Bank of Ghana made it official in 2007. All right. Now, the decade before 2002, inflation was roughly about 28%. So it's not correct that it's always been like that.
No, what I mean is that it's been long term. I mean, from 2002,
so let's correct.
From 2002, it's not.
2002, how old were you?
I'm still a boy then. I was in my 20s. I was in my 20s.
So
I'm a boy.
You're a man. So you see that with that, because if you say a boy, actually at the point you mentioned 10, since you were 10. You said since you were 10.
No, I said, no.
You mentioned 10.
Since I was a boy.
Since you were 10. Me, I had 10. We can play back the tape. Don't forget,
no, I said the upper band.
Economics.
The upper band was, I say, is 10.
One of my comments would have been, it doesn't matter.
I said the upper band is 10.
It matters what we achieve.
Are we committed to achieving it?
It's good to this is correct for the record.
Yes.
We are the biggest station. So if he says it's been like that since he was a boy, or since
definitely wasn't like that.
So now we are saying before 2002 it had been roughly 28%.
What I mean is that band has been established to be the balance.
And I'm saying that's from 2000.
That's okay. I was still a boy then. I was still a boy then. I mean, that's a fact.
Yes. Now let's
No, that's well noted to me.
Yeah. It's good that this, because don't forget, before I became a lawyer, I went to business school. So I still have the fundamentals of economics. So anything you say that it doesn't sound well.
But there's no point. That was not a contentious point. I'm only establishing.
You say it's always been like that. I think we should move on.
Gentlemen,
I don't see what you're trying to correct. I was just stating the fact of plus or minus 8 as a band that has been set. That's all.
Council, please.
So
to correct about
that. You see, I've listened to both sides. Yes, Atta is very good on the numbers, crunching the numbers, Joe Jackson, everybody. Yeah, but you see, what I see is that this debate has never, ended. Basically, what they are saying, if we put it in economic theory, so that's the debate between the Keynesians and the classicals. Yes, okay. That's the theory. So the Keynesians are saying that's the NPP people, what they are saying, that, overspend, do a deficit to stimulate growth, right? But the classicals, they will tell you that when you do long term, it doesn't help, because what you end up doing is that you crowd out Joe Jackson and co. You crowd out the private sector, and you would lead, among other things, to a loss of confidence in the economy and the whole system. So this debate is always been there, because the Keynesian theory, he came in 1936, right? So before that, the classical one was reigning. Then Keynes came with his theory that no. If you did, you can stimulate growth, and then that can lead to jobs, etc. But the classicals, I say no. Long term, you cause a damage. So it depends on your philosophy. So now let's look at the practicals. What happened? When you came and you kept doing your Keynesian theory of this deficit financing, what did you do? You led us into a ditch.
54% inflation.
Excellent. And what happened? So long term, you broke the economy. We went to jam status. So you see what the classical theory had always been saying. That long term, you destroy the economy. And that's what you did. That is what you did with your deficit spending. After I mentioned it, 2022, 37 billion you overspent. Then the one before,
30 billion.
30 billion. You see it. And other figures. So you see that on the ground, your method doesn't work well. It doesn't work well. Look at the damage. The damage to the financial sector. This DDEP. People died. Look at Dr. Ejekun, Kama, and the others. People died. And your man, Ofoyata, he has fled. After killing thousands of people, he has fled. And you are cheerleading and supporting him not to even come. So, on the balance, I think the NDC policy is better. Let's keep the discipline, because the classical schools, they will tell you that keep the discipline. The discipline long-term would help. Because what use is it if you don't support the private sector itself to be able to create jobs? What use is it? Yeah. You say, we are helping, you are helping. Then you took the money for yourselves. You didn't give it to it wasn't spent in a sensible manner as to support the private sector to create real growth. You were sharing the money. Sanago, is before you became the
former.
Isn't what Tete, Mrs. Tete, Felicia Tete. So you were distributing the COVID funds. You distributed it and chopped all and landed us in a ditch. And then you are still preaching the very. So you see that maybe it's a trap to you guys that what they did and landed us in a ditch. You should continue so that you also land us in a ditch so that they can quickly come. That's the way I see it. Because you can advise.
There's a little intervention here. Some of us argue strongly that because of our underlying corruption, this issue of spending leads to even faster trouble than you would see in other comparable economies. That that canker of corruption that leaks maybe sometimes up to 40% of all the spending away means that the Keynesian way may not work in our economies very well.
Thank you.
I think that the concern is about the measure of the constrained expenditure.
Yeah.
So that you can constrain expenditure, which you have acknowledged and applauded.
Yeah.
But then it must not be at the expense of the stimulated growth that you would have been achieved if you were spending in targeted and specific, sectors of the economy. That's the concern that has been raised as to and the accusation that Atuforsen is not spending. Right.
No.
Yes. No.
Okay.
Yeah. No, but Mr. Kansi, I think we are saying, I'll repeat the point. We're saying that their accusation that they are not spending, we can only understand it from their record. I thought I read it. From their record of binge spending, binge borrowing and binge spending, and then throwing the economy into disarray. A tailspin, right? So we cannot use their method. Let's go with the classical school. Be balanced. Be balanced. You heard Ataisa say it. You heard the deputy minister say it. You heard Joe Jackson say it. You can't spend what you don't have. Let's be more balanced. And in the balance, you see, that's the data you've put out there. In the balance, and Ataisa mentioned it, they've been trying to do social protection. So you see the primary health care, all right? You see all the details on primary health care. You see the school feeding. You see LIP. Yes. So in the process of being balanced, the government, the budget seeks to take care of the vulnerable. Because look, I don't want to experience another DDEP. You see, it looks like we're just glossing over the point that DDEP has damaged us long term. It looks like we're just glossing over long term. Long term, people are not going to readily trust the financial system with their money. Long term, what that has done, people would prefer to keep their money under their beds, etc. So, because of the long term damage that this DDEP has done as a result of their overborrowing, etc., look, let's stick with the classical school. Cut your coat according to your cloth.
Okay.
Cut your coat according to your cloth. Let's not go and do this big borrow. Next time, when they get a chance to come back, they can try it again. Then we'll see. But for now, we haven't recovered from the damaging effect of what they did. So why the rush to go and overborrow? We are still paying for what the damage they caused. You haven't finished recovering from the damage, and then there's an advisor continue overspending. How? Who does that? Then it means that we are not learning from our history. And then perhaps, I'm not an economist, but there's this, you guys can look at it. In the US, the Federal Reserve, one of their mandates is job creation, employment. That is the mandate. So how about maybe we should have a proper national conference, debate it, learn from them, because they help. When you look at the US Federal Reserve, job creation, employment is part of their mandate, so that since we all are aspiring to a situation where the central bank will be fully independent, we are making efforts gradually to build as we have more elections, and then as a people we become wiser, etc. Hopefully to become more independent, so that we'll see how the Bank of Ghana will make constitutional amendments, etc., to add job creation, employment to them. Of course, learning, I'm not saying you're going to do that, but let's have a debate. Let's look at the US model.
Right.
How has it helped them? Because in the US, the Federal Reserve, that's their central bank, that's employment. So as they do their quantitative easing, right, all those things, they are looking with an eye to help the economy grow, to promote jobs. You see, because as for politicians, they always come and go. but the central bank will always be there. So shouldn't we have a debate to see what we can do in that regard?
Perfect. While we round up on this, yes. While we round up on this,
being punched from.
Okay, no. While we round up on this,
it's the usual, and I suppose that was why when I was glorifying TV3 video.
Let's round up.
But the point here is this: that Ataisa, my good friend, essentially just when talking about the past, which they repudiated, which was the basis they won the election. But he's going back to that past when he's supposed to be delivering better. His best example is the past, which he says was not good enough, and he was coming to show us good result. But his good result now is standing in a point where the past actually even looks better than it. Now, also, he goes back to read to us an IMF literature which validates the position that they are actually underspending. Now, let me come to my brother, Lawyer Kpebu. He's talking about classical and Keynesian economics. But he makes the gross mistake. We are not Keynesians, the New Patriotic Party. Ideologically, we are classical economists. We come from the supply side, believing that the market will self-regulate. Now, the NDC, rather, are the Keynesians. You see, if you look at the economy of Akufo-Addo, when we came in from 2017, 18, 19, those 3 fiscal years, the record stands alone. But of course, Lawyer makes the convenient focus on the difficult times that we faced in COVID. The NDC has not seen COVID. They have not seen anything remotely close to that. Okay, just flooding, they were caught pants down. With just one season rain. Even when they were told that this year's rain was going to be above average, they were not prepared for it. Today, the finance minister is telling us, oh, give me time, 2027, I'll deal with all flood issues in Accra or in Ghana. We're waiting. But I'm telling you that they have not seen COVID. Akufo-Addo and the MPP, we saw COVID. But before COVID, I don't think that anybody, including Lawyer Kpebu, will indict the economic performance of the Akufo-Addo MPP government before
2019. We were high potential debt distress. Read the IMF report. 2019.
No problem.
A statement I made here.
No problem.
In 2019.
Of course, I know why.
Where the economy was going.
No problem.
And that was before COVID.
No problem. Yeah. No problem. Okay. So I see a reason why you make that statement, why the lawyer will make that statement, why you make the statement. But the World Bank makes a statement. In that same year that you were making your statement, the World Bank makes a statement, and that statement is to the effect that the Ghana's economy is amongst one of the fastest growing economies in the world, 2019. Check it. If that was the same year, if that was the same, no.
Because the same World Bank.
Well, you and the World Bank, he was reading IMF. Now you are challenging World Bank. No problem. Me, I'm not the one who said it.
We're talking
if
about
you are challenging the World Bank,
accumulation of
no problem.
And the risk
I am
of the two parameters.
Hold on now.
Debt service.
I'm saying hold on. I'm saying that you say that you challenge the World Bank. But you don't want to.
I'm challenging your interpretation of the World Bank report for 2019.
I've not interpreted anything. I'm saying that the World Bank report says the designation for it is that Ghana's economy is among one of the fastest growing economies in the world. If you dispute that, go and talk to the World Bank, not me. So I'm not interpreting that.
You are quoting which specific report? The World Bank released quite a number of...
Doesn't contradict what they did.
Yeah,
so it can be growing, but jobless growth, etc.
I see. So now you know different with your
yeah, you were over borrowing.
No problem. The World Bank said it. Okay, you can just Google it. Let your very hardworking producers put it on the screen. When I say put things on the screen, don't put it. The video from your Makola thing, put it so we can hear. Right? And this one to put it. And in that same year, Ghana surpassed Nigeria in foreign direct investment. Okay, and what does that indicate to you? Foreign direct investment is money looking to invest in the economies that show promise.
Let's talk about why we are where we are.
No, but when he was talking about IMF and reading their paper, he didn't say anything. You understand? So I'm telling you that it is a falsehood to say that our economy, the economy that we run, was a mostly bad economy. But I'm telling you that where the hardship that we faced and the decisions that we have to take. We suffered for it. The outcome of the 2024 election, among other things, hung heavily on the DDEP. But today, that DDEP has become the benefit of Ataisa, lawyer Kwebu, and my senior brother. You know, debt to GDP ratio right now, published, I think, in the mid-year, I think about 45%. 45. Yes. What brought that about? What brought that about? So now you are enjoying the debt to GDP ratio, the fiscal room that has been created as a result. But then you are blaming the responsibilities in terms of the payment that you have to make. How do you do that? How are you able to blame that DDEP has created a debt situation you have to pay? But meanwhile, you are here enjoying the fiscal room he has created. But for DDEP, you won't have the debt to GDP ratio that we have today because of it. So yes, but I'm just telling you that.
Read for him.
I'm just telling you. Conclude. I'm telling you that this economy, as we see it now, is not serving the purpose it is supposed to serve. Alfred, you are a father who says that because you want to be fiscally disciplined, you won't look after your kids. Okay? You won't take your kids to the school that you think you should take them to, or that you should take them to per your standing to be able to give them a future. Okay? You won't provide them the basic amenities because you want to be fiscally disciplined. That's the situation we have. Ghanaians, through your own lenses, are saying that what Atta Issa is lecturing about this morning is not cutting it for them. Ghanaians, through your own lenses, are saying that they are facing difficulties. Now, Atta Issa is here, okay, unlike the minister who spoke in a very calm tone and all that, he's charging in the studio, telling us that it's okay. How is that okay? The people are telling you that it's okay. You are forcing it. That's okay. Unfortunately, I can tell you one or two things based on our experience in government. When you are in government, you think that you should tell people what you think. But if you can listen and take feedback from the people, they are telling you things are not going right. And that's the verdict that carries the day.
Okay.
And so when you are not spending, and then a lawyer talks about spending, the Keynesian, the classical thing, example that it says, when we are saying the government is not spending, we are not calling them to spend recklessly. We are saying that the commitments you have, deliver on them. And what they are doing is to avoid payments, avoid spending, so they can report macroeconomic data that shows that, they are being fiscally disciplined. That is not the same as being disciplined. If you say you are cutting waste, cut waste. But spending on social protection is not necessarily waste. Okay. Paying your liabilities, I'm coming. Paying your liabilities to contractors is not necessarily waste. Government owes about 30 or 31 billion to MDAs. Is that how is that reckless? How is that wasteful spending? When you are made to pay your liabilities, that's not calling you to do reckless spending. We are saying that stop pretending. Stop the settings. Pay so that the departments, agencies that must work. That's what we're saying. So what they are doing is not anything close to fiscal discipline by spending judiciously. They are just refusing point blank to spend. And that is having impact on the economy. And the verdict, you brought it in, Media General. Thank you. You brought in the verdict, or through your lenses, the people say this thing is not washing. That's it.
All right. So what I would say is that it is okay for somebody to have a different opinion. But I know the hundreds of thousands of Ghanaians through the Ejumawura program, the National Apprenticeship Program, the school feeding program, the buffer stock programs, and many other social services that are being rendered by this government. I know there are testimonies to that effect also. You may not like it. The number of communities and the joy that they show on the roads constructions going on in their communities is unbelievable. Now, district assemblies are empowered. Every district in Ghana has minimum of 2 CHIPS compounds, 1 3-unit classroom block, 1 6-unit classroom block, 10 boreholes. Every district in Ghana. So these are testimonies of deliverables. You borrow $500 million, for example, spend 46% of that 500 million on capacity building, vehicle purchases, and foreign travels.
Okay.
My point is that, my point is that as for development indicators and parameters, it's a felt needs according to what triggers and makes somebody see development. So it is not enough to say spending. Ghanaians are also expectant of government to be responsible. Ghana couldn't have been any different from the rest of our neighbors when we said COVID. We were the only outlier in the period of COVID. Togo, Cote d'Ivoire, Nigeria, and the rest all performed better than Ghana. And that story must be established. COVID only came, in fact, the President Akufo-Addo series that he had with Ghanaians, he said, COVID exposes your underlying weaknesses already. So the COVID only came to amplify the difficulties that we were in as a country. The Bank of Ghana I was talking about decomposed the growth. They use what we call the Bank of Ghana's composite index of economic activity. And it grew by 13.4% year on year in May 2026. What they said was that construction, manufacturing drove the growth and mining.
Mining and quarry.
Yes. So it is not accurate to say that the economy was largely grown as a result of gold. Construction and manufacturing and mining drove the growth. So he suggested that there are other... No, it's not. If manufacturing sector is growing, it means that the productive capacity of this country is working. Yeah. Now, let me just proceed here. In 2022 and 2024, the expenditure pressures overwhelmed the fiscal framework. This is according to the IMF again. Even under an IMF program, the government expenditure in 2023 and 2024, because of election, overwhelmed.
But that's not true.
The fiscal framework.
2024 was a surplus.
Oh, I have it here.
So it wasn't, wasn't anything.
2024, a revenue of 177 billion. You spent 119 billion.
Okay, so what's the surplus? What's the deficit?
Oh, almost 30 billion again. Look at it.
I'm saying the deficit. That's what you look at. You're talking as
I'm
if...
saying that you got 177.
I'm saying, let's just focus on this.
Wait, please.
I'm saying that let's just focus on this, not move
177, you spent 219. My point is that the IMF is saying that in 2022 and 2024, expenditure pressures overwhelmed the fiscal framework. Even under an IMF program, you were still reckless. Now, look at what they ended up by saying for 2024. End year fiscal slippages and payables accumulation materially weakened the program performance. IMF later required corrective measures. So even under an IMF program, when you were exiting office, you still deviated from the program reforms. Somebody else had to come and do the corrections.
It's not true.
Please. Now, I just had one or two things to say before I leave. I'm very...
The KCN telling you,
look,
and you are denying.
Look.
Okay. KCN, then you say you are... This KCN.
No, we're not.
Let's look at what they do rather than what you say.
Exactly.
You claim classical approach. But everything you did, in fact, some of us even at that time said, is this the MPP that is clean? That some of your founders may be turning in their grave.
But that is different from you making a factual statement that we are Keynesians. We are not.
That's your biology.
No, but you can say that. But you can't say that that's who we are. We are not.
All right.
Thank you. So I'm looking at this. The domestic financial market and private sector credit. Alfred, if you have the monetary policy conditions improving from policy rate falling from 27% in January 2025 to 14% in July 2026. You have the Ghana reference rate falling from 29.3% at the end of 2024 to 10.06% by June 2026. The average commercial lending rate falling from 30.2% same time to 15.6% in July 2026. If you have such domestic financial market conditions, why wouldn't the private sector grow? So I'm saying that was why I began my statement by saying that the growth and the stability that we are seeing is a natural consequence that will lead to job creation.
For how long?
No, don't allow pressures and timelines to dictate the way you take your dosage. It's just like taking a malaria dosage. When they tell you take it from 10 p.m. and then the next one after 12, and then because you want fast results, then you take all at a go. Don't let that timeline bring a problem. My last statement is on foreign exchange and the external sector. One of the benefits of why we are seeing a lot of reduction in the debt to GDP ratio or even the nominal debt figures is not only as a result of the debt restructuring program. What the debt restructuring program only helped us in doing is sometimes exceeding the maturity. If we were supposed to pay some monies this year and the thing has been postponed to 2030 something, it gives you some fiscal space to spend. But I'm saying that one of the things that drove the performance of our debt to GDP ratio is the exchange rate differentials.
Right.
Because if you were selling your debt in dollars, the external component of your debt at 17 Ghana cedis, now today at 11, naturally the 6 cedis differential will bring a reduction in your absolute nominal debt figures. And then also the remittances and all those influx that we are seeing from gold and all those things, that builds our reserve. So when maturity comes, we are able to honor it. So because of those performances, it has helped in reducing the debt to GDP ratio. In any case, in 2024, look, we were knocked out of the... Yes, we were knocked out of the capital markets. 2022, which was is one of the best places to go and borrow a cheaper capital as a country. We were knocked out. Why? Because the story could not be told well. Ghana was described as junk. In fact, at a time, the finance ministry came to say that it is high time African countries also develop their own rating agencies. Why? Because when you join an IMF or the international market, it signals policy credibility. Investors have trust in you. Sure. So when the rating agencies describe your economy as junk, and surprisingly, until the program that we signed onto in 2023, Ghana was heading to a debt to GDP ratio of 104%. That was the legacy that these people wanted to bequeath to us as a country. And I'm saying that when you now have rating agencies describing the same country 2 years ago that they were describing as junk, to the same economy today being described as a stable environment with positive outlook. In fact, Ghana qualified for a PCI program in 2026, primarily because we have a stable macro environment. Right. So my final conclusion is that, yes, we may not smoothen or hardship will not immediately vanish, but I see light at the end of the tunnel, and we are not going to be pressured by the MPP and their propaganda.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Jackson, finally, on this. And on the matter of the report that Mr. Yagba referenced, this is indeed the case. This is the Ghana Economic Update 2019, the 4th edition. Ghana's economic growth expected to be stronger in 2019, but diversifying the economy is crucial. So it is indeed the case that the IMF made that projection that Ghana's economic growth is expected to be stronger by 2019, and then also be a part of, and this is it, Ghana's annual economic growth continued on a stronger path, 6.3% in 2018 at a slower pace than the 8.1% in 2017. The trend was largely by a strong growth in mining, petroleum, agriculture, sustained expansion in forestry and logging. And on the basis of that, they made that projection that complements what Mr. Yagba said. But they also add a caveat to it, diversify the economy, which is crucial as of 2019.
Yeah.
Jackson.
To round up, I keep insisting that the foundation must be right for growth. That in 2022, we found out that whatever growth we had experienced, the foundation was not right. And the growth came, the building, as we built floor upon floor upon floor, came tumbling down. Okay. Please, let us grow slowly. Okay. Let us grow, let us build sustainable, robust growth that will stand the test of time.
Okay, thank you.
One sentence.
the matter of the credit agency, as for that one, I supported the Kufuor's call that it's about time we also had an African credit rating agency, because there's a lot of politics in the credit rating agency. There's a lot of politics. You know, as we speak now, America is in debt, about 122% of GDP. The debt to this GDP ratio is 122%, even by some accounts, almost 140%. Yet investors are trooping there. So you see that it's a lot more beyond what you just say, the percentages. Right. So it's about time we had an African one to also rival them.
I should read this to you. They said, the key thing is this. America's debt is over 120%.
Yes.
But there's a big difference. Look at how much of the annual revenue they spend to service the debt. That is hovering just around 12%. In our case, even when our debt to GDP was below at 70%, we're spending over 50% of all our revenue to service it. Sometimes it is not, if I give you a mortgage of 1 million cedis, and yet you pay only 1,000 cedis a month for 20 years, that's okay. The problem with our debt to GDP ratio is how much we spend servicing it.
But that notwithstanding, if we had our own, it will help a lot, because now you see that when you have them always controlling the narrative, they do a lot of politics, so their credit rating agent. You think everything is straight? But it's a lot of politics. It's a lot.
I'm just reading a message, or somebody said I should read.
But then go ahead, because I have something. Well, somebody from Bank of Ghana is not sitting here. Somebody from Bank of Ghana is not sitting here.
The current IMF program does not allow for accumulation of arrears. That's the PCI, and then the current one we are now doing the final work. The main fiscal anchor of the primary surplus on commitment basis of 0.5% in 2024 was missed by a gargantuan margin of deficit of nearly 3% in 2024. So you were already veering off the whole program. That's what I wanted to say.
You'll be fair to do this. I'm just coming. No, you came to me, went to him, and you have gone back to him. The point I'm making, but I also have to read the message. The point I'm making is simply this. The point I'm making is simply this. We are seated here, and we are talking about an economy that is not reflecting the lives of the people. And all Ataisa is doing is to get notes from Bank of Ghana, from IMF story. We are asking the question on the ground. What you are doing is not reflecting. They are pretending to be managing an economy that is not reflecting the lives of the people. This whole thing about going to the past will not cut. That's not what Ghanaians need.
There's something that's reflecting. That's
Which
the
is
fact
what?
that Chamawan to me is in Swamp prison as we speak.
So that
20 years.
No, that has nothing to do with anything. That's nothing to do with anything at all. That's nothing to do with it. And he's there as a political prisoner. That much you must know. We'll talk about it. He's there as a political prisoner.
That's going to be my next issue, because today is day 6 that Chamawan to me is spending in the Swamp prison as we speak, and on the charge of engaging in activities, illegal mining activities in the Samurai Boy Forest Reserve. Remember, this is one of 3 cases that he's facing, currently running the court of law. The Tano Nimri Forest matter as well is there. And that one, the court, in fact, there was a hearing this week, has been adjourned as well. So this is on the Samurai Boy alone, 20 years. The NPP says he is a political prisoner. But civil society and those who have read the full ruling say there's something in there that we must pay attention to. In fact, some have even pointed accusing fingers at his former lead counsel, that's Andy Appiah-Kubi. So Andy Appiah-Kubi did not do a good job. He is the one who has led Chamawan to me to prison. Andy Appiah-Kubi is with us in the studio. In fact, he's been seated here for quite a while. He's joining us right now, but take a listen to the minority on the floor of Parliament. Take a look.
This review is uninspiring. There is no inspiration. What we are experiencing in this country is persecution, persecution, persecution. For the first time, we are seeing political imprisonment. One to me is a political prisoner. Mr. Speaker, Camilla Al-Hassan, a young mother of 3, is also a political prisoner, telling you how intolerant you are, and you are here telling us you are running an economy. You want this to be a one-sided parliament. When people criticize you, you threaten them. A lot of my MPs here have been threatened. You are threatening members of parliament with prosecution. Let me serve a warning to the Attorney General that the ravening clouds shall no longer be victorious. They shall not long possess the sky. Be careful. 2028, you'll be in opposition. 2028. If you are not careful, Mr. Speaker, if you don't stop now, you will go and meet Wontumi there, and Wontumi will be out, and you will go in. So I'm advising you, let us all be measured. We welcome the reforms by the finance minister, and for the first time, he did something patriotic by acknowledging the digitalization reforms we introduced in government payments. Today he has acknowledged it. Mr. Speaker, we commend you for acknowledging MPP. We commend you, but you can do better. Tell your government to free all political prisoners. Dr. Atu Forson, tell your government to free all political prisoners.
Welcome back to Key Point on TV3. That is Alexander Apenyo Marking and the political prisoner narrative that they put to Bernard Entwe-Boasiako, also known as Chairman Wontumi, being in prison for 20 years. And I'll go through the charges for you to see exactly why the trial judge concluded and ruled and gave this sentence. The MPP says they're going to appeal this particular sentence. Questions have been asked of his former lawyer, who handled most part of this particular trial until the dying days of the trial before Samuel Atacha took over. He has been accused of, some lawyers have accused him of not doing a good job for Chairman Wontumi. And Andy Appiah-Kubi is a former member of parliament for Asante Achim North, a private legal practitioner, former lawyer for Chairman Wontumi, is with us in the studio. Honorable Andy Appiah-Kubi, good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for joining us.
Oh, thank you too, my brother, for bringing me here.
I'll be back shortly after this quick break. Hamza Swing, a private legal practitioner, is joining us. Daryl Bosu is the Deputy Director, National Director of Arocha Ghana, a civil society organization foremost in the environment space. They spent quite some time in Samre Boy. They understand what's happening on the ground in Tiwa and all these, and Tano Nimeri, all those places that is at the heart of the cases on Galamsey running. He spent days and nights there. He's bringing us a reality check. We'll be back shortly after this quick break. As always, Key Point is brought to you by Bank of Africa, as strong as a group, as close as a partner. GASEM is the nation builder. Stay with us.
of Africa, GASEM.
Welcome back to Key Point on TV3. We're live on 3FM 92.7, Voice of London Radio in the heart of the city of London. As always, brought to you by Bank of Africa. And from now until the end of October 2026, Bank of Africa is offering short-term loans at very slim rates to salaried workers. We understand you have urgent needs to sort out. That's why we give you that quick turnaround time. Whether it's school fees, prospectus, car maintenance, or that might deserve family vacation, Bank of Africa will sort you out fast. Give them a call or WhatsApp on this number, 0244 338 226. 0244 338 226 for inquiry. Sometimes all you need is a quick fix. Bank of Africa is as strong as a group, as close as a partner. And Key Point is also brought to you by GASEM, the nation builder. They have been building the foundations of the nation over decades, and they continue to evolve to meet the building needs of Ghanaians. GASEM is indeed the nation builder. As I indicated, guest joining us, Daryl Bosu, Hamza Soe. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you. Good morning. Also joining us, Andy Apiakobi, as he's established his presence already. How are you doing, Mr. Apiakobi? All is well?
Very well.
Okay. Have you visited your former client, or is he still your client? No, he's still your client on some cases.
In other cases, yes.
Yes.
You see,
have you visited him in one?
I have visited him. He's doing well.
When?
Yesterday.
He's doing well?
He's doing well. He's
I see.
doing well.
Did he tell you anything at all?
No, that was a conversation between client and lawyer. We're not supposed to discuss.
No, I'm asking you this because, you see, the day he was imprisoned, I spoke to you, and you said on the morning of the day he went to prison, he called you, and he said you should do what?
Indeed, I told you, and I still stand by that, and that is the fact also. He told me that he had prior information that he will be convicted, and therefore gave me instructions first after the conviction.
I see.
And this is a fact.
He had prior information that he was going to be
he told me.
convicted on Monday.
And again, I am going to show you why probably he had that prior information. This is a copy of the judgment. Look at it. Judgment didn't go to even the registry of the court. So there is nothing to show that there is. This is on a regular A4 sheet. The courts have their own sheets that they use in publishing judgments. So there is no indication of the stamp of the registry. You go down there at the end of it, and it says that counsel, and in this particular case, defense, Atachia for the first and third accused persons. Atachia was not in court on the day. So it would have been that Mr. Appiah could be holding the brief of Samuel Atachia.
But you were not in court on that day.
No, I'm saying
you're just taking an example.
Somebody else,
but even before we get in
somebody else held the brief on the day.
Right.
So ordinarily,
the person's name
will come, and then you refer to the lead counsel or the senior whose brief the person was holding. Now, so this is a publication that came even before the judgment.
Did you ask that's Chairman to me
no.
further on Monday why he suspected that he was going to be convicted on that day, even before he went to court in the morning?
And I'm saying that he probably had a copy of this before the judgment.
He had a copy of the
judgment before it was delivered. And I'm justifying that with these observations. But the most important thing I want to say today is that people who have not had the opportunity of reading the proceedings, people who have not had the opportunity of even reading the address and going about relying on only the judgment and making some pronouncements.
We'll get into
These
that.
people don't have the necessary experience.
Some of them actually blaming you
these
for not doing a good job.
Let me finish.
Yes.
These are observations of the judge, not observations of the total proceedings. And in any case, the matters that were cross-examined on that form part of the records may not have been picked by the judge. It doesn't mean we didn't cross-examine on those.
Okay, we'll get to that. I think you're referencing page 28 and 29 of this ruling.
Yes.
Well, I'll get into that. that. But why would Chairman Wontumi call you on the morning that, look, if I'm jailed, start appeal processes? You were not his lawyer at the time.
Yes, but appeal is a different process altogether. When the judgment is given, a client has the opportunity to change for the purpose of the appeal. So it doesn't follow that you do the case up to judgment and you continue as of right to be the lawyer for the appeal. No, he can change at any point in time. Probably at that time, he thought that if it happened that way, he would prefer that I probably be part. And indeed, from my discussions with him yesterday, he still wants me to be part of the appeal because
after you have washed your hands off the case.
Oh yeah, but you can always come back.
What did you see?
Because the appeal is a different process altogether
right.
from the instant case.
What did you see? The reason why you took the decision that in the dying days of the case, say, I don't want to have anything to do with you.
I gave my reasons at the time that because of the environment that we have created as prosecution and defense and even the court, it was not conducive for us to pursue justice under the circumstances. So sometimes personality clashes and things like that may bring situation in the courtroom even not conducive enough for us to be able to collectively seek justice. And indeed, don't forget that the object of the judge or the court itself is to seek justice. But if personality clashes are preventing all of us working together to seek justice, then it means that we need to recreate an environment that will give us that opportunity. And I thought that at that time, opting out to bring in a new person who would continue. And let me also put it on record, any new person coming had every opportunity, if you found the evidence inadequate, to recall witnesses. Indeed, he had even opportunity to recall even prosecution witnesses, defense witnesses, and even call new or fresh witnesses. So the inadequacy of the evidence cannot fly because if you had opportunity to do that, the presumption is that you found the prevailing evidence as adequate, for which you rely on.
So Atachian could have done that, and he didn't do that.
Of course.
Okay.
Yes.
So they came in at a time where the expectation was that they must, the case was determined to a certain point, and dates for judgment was fixed. So they were boxing.
That is not the case.
Because they pleaded to do a few things and they were not granted the occasion to do it.
Anytime you come in and you are recognized, and don't forget, when the new lawyer came in, time was given to him to even observe.
No, judgment date had already
been given.
Yes, but it was changed.
It was changed from Thursday.
Even application. I'm coming. Even application for interpretation was quashed, and because
that is another matter.
Yeah, I'm just saying that there was no leg room for them to maneuver.
There was a room.
But let's get to the
given to him because at the point that he came in and announced himself in the case.
Okay.
The matters were all before him. And he said that I need to even study the brief, which was his legitimate right.
Yeah.
And it was all given. And having studied the brief, then you will come in with your prayers. I need to recall Mr. A or Mr. B or even call a fresh witness. At that point, if the application had gone that I need to recall Mr. A, it was something that the court would have determined and allowed for Mr. A to be recalled. And don't forget that Article 19(1) requires that he be given adequate time preparation to be able to prosecute his defense. So he had every opportunity to recall or call any person to come to the box and give evidence.
I see.
Again, even if he wanted to even recall or call new fresh evidence, the application would have gone. There was no such application. If he needed any information beyond that which was provided to him, he could also have called for it. And again, I'm sure that he applied for record of proceedings, which normally it is a thing that you do at first instance, so that you have opportunity to
yes. How far the case has traveled.
And but you won't rely on the information I give you. You have to apply for official information from the court, the record of proceedings. So there was every opportunity to do anything if he found. But granted that that application didn't come, there's a presumption that he found the records to be adequate. So as for him, he must hold his peace. The person who has not had the opportunity...
Attach him must hold his peace. Yes. Hold on, I'll come to you, please.
Wait a minute.
No, I'll come to you. Yes,
so listen to me and follow. The person who would not have had the opportunity of reading the whole brief, particularly reading the record of proceedings and reading the address upon which the judgment would also consider, and comes out to say that you didn't do A, B, C, D, thinking that it is only the judge who has the preserve of lifting parts of the evidence in his or her judgment.
Okay.
Without listening to
you are going into the details, but I wanted to find out from you. See, the narrative that has been put out about Chairman Wontumi's imprisonment is that he's a political prisoner. You handled this part of this particular trial. Do you agree with that?
I agree that the evidence on record cannot support the verdict.
Is he a political prisoner?
Well, I'm saying, I mean, I didn't see any politics in the records, but what I'm saying is that the judgment cannot be supported by the evidence. That one is, and that is in any case, that is how I will interpret the situation. But again, subject to three wise men who will also look at what we are all saying. But I will be firm in my conviction that the evidence here in this records cannot support the conviction. If I have the opportunity, I will even tell you about the particulars of offense and even read the particulars of offense and see that it is even wrong. They said, for the first one, particulars of offense, you going to me that you in the year 2024 in Samraboy, nothing happened between Wontumi and anybody in Samraboy. To start with, nothing happened between. Wontumi had not gone to Samraboy at any point in time, and there is nothing like that.
He hadn't gone to Samraboy. He had a concession in Samraboy.
Yes, he had. No, he didn't have concession. To begin with, did he have anything to give Wontumi as a person? And in the case of Wontumi and Akunta Mines, it was Akunta Mines that had the concession, not Wontumi.
Who owns Akunta Mines?
No. That's a different question.
That's the question.
No, that's a different question.
The fact
that I own a company, or I am a shareholder or my director of a company, doesn't make the company me. And therefore, if the company has something, it is not for me. So for you to even say that I gave something to Mr. B is flawed because I didn't have it. And the basic principle in law is that nemo dat code non habet. You can't give what you don't have.
Well, but the
so when you accuse him, no.
To lift that corporate veil.
We are doing
and pierce
an intellectual exercise.
And attack the owner.
No, that is in civil law. Please.
That's what happened.
Criminal liability is strict. It's strict liability. You understand? When you are my brother and you go to misbehave and they are charging you, you cannot say that because I am related to you, I am also equally guilty. You see, we'll come to all that in the appeal. But what I'm saying is that primarily, Wontumi didn't have any concession to give. So if you charge him for having given the concession, if Akunta Mining had been charged alone, then the defense would be different. But Wontumi as a person, did he have it?
What arrangement did he have with Henry Oku?
No. Did he have it? The answer is yes or no. If he didn't have it, what did he give?
No, that's a question I'm asking you.
You see,
what did he give to Henry Okum?
And did he give anything in the records, in the evidence? He did not give anything because he didn't have anything to give. So I'm just saying that.
Okay. So who instructed Henry Okum to go on the land to do reclamation, or who gave that arrangement between the two of them?
If I don't have anything, can I instruct you to go and do something?
So then, how did Henry Okum land?
No.
No, I'm asking, how did Henry Okum appear on that concession?
So it is a concession in the name of Akunta Mining Limited.
Mm-hmm.
So it is only Akunta Mining Limited who can give. So granted that there is allegation that Wontumi may have engaged Henry Okum.
It's not an allegation.
No.
It's a fact.
No. Let's see. If Henry Okum Wontumi engage Henry Okum, in what capacity would he engage Henry Okum? If it's in respect of concession belonging to a next person, Akunta Mining. So if he even acted for and on behalf of Akunta Mining, where is Wontumi in this transaction? As a person. And don't forget that the law is that the cooperative body is different from Wontumi, a director or a shareholder. So why charge Wontumi? And if you think that Wontumi was a rightful
question
person,
is answered in the judgment. That's why I'm wondering why. So you have the full judgment.
So those who are
and
talking,
that question is answered in the judgment.
So
reason why the
that is why you are referring to the lifting of the bail.
Question, yes, that question is answered in the full judgment that you have. That reason why Wontumi was charged, and not Akunta Mining.
So alternatively, listen,
I think.
So alternatively, if it is Wontumi who would have given the concession to him, where is also Akunta Mining? Was there anything left for Akunta Mining to have also done? So charging Wontumi and Akunta Mining, and the same case was a multiple charge and identifying multiple persons for a commission of one offense. So what I'm saying is that if you are charging Wontumi based on your simple principle of lifting the bail, where was Akunta Mining? And if you are charging Akunta Mining for having the concession and giving it out, where was Wontumi? So to begin with, I'm saying that why the two of them are charged for committing the same offense, not that they have, one of them would have facilitated or joined, or you see, I'm talking about the offense of assignment. So how did the two people all assigned?
Wait, your client at the time you were his lawyer.
And all these things, are in the address.
Hold on. During cross-examination, he admitted to that arrangement with Henry Okum, correct?
Who admitted?
Chema Wontumi.
I didn't cross-examine Chema Wontumi.
No,
I'm
specifically reading from the judgment.
I cross-examined.
I'm not talking about you cross-examining. I'm saying your client. I didn't say you.
And in law and in the criminal practice, the client, he is not supposed to prove any innocence.
But your client admitted to that. I know. But you were in court.
So my client, when he was under cross-examination, he says that I engaged him. Exactly. He engaged me and allowed him to reclaim the land.
Absolutely.
Reclaim the land. Listen. Reclaim the land, plant coconut tree, and we will share the proceeds of the coconut tree as we harvest.
So he should plant coconut trees.
Well, you know that the judge didn't mention at all what Wontumi had said as the arrangement between him and Henry Okum.
But Henry Okum on page 28.
The judge rather accepted the version of Henry Okum, who says that, yes, I approached him, he agreed for me to go and reclaim the land and plant coconut tree and also mine.
Yes.
And Chema Wontumi comes to say that, and there's no corroboration. Nobody else came to say that, yes, I was there when they did
right
this.
and the other is not.
And so both of them are on the roof. Now we have Henry Okum who has given a caution statement denying that I didn't do anything. And in the light of this mistrust and the integrity level of this same person, who in one breath is saying in the caution statement, I didn't do anything, and another breath in the witness statement saying that I did that. And the judge will believe that and deny the direct evidence of the accused person who says, I didn't do it. And I even caused the Regional Security Council to come and arrest. And it is through that arrest that Henry Okum was, Ayisi was arrested, and Ayisi mentioned Henry Okum.
But on the,
which
on
of
the,
the two
on the,
would
on
you
the,
believe?
On the matter of whose report should have been believed, that is,
yes.
And
in all cases where there is a doubt, the doubt announced to the benefit of the accused person.
But if you read, that's where it comes to the page 28 of the judgment, which you have a copy of, and you obtained this where the full judgment. Where did you get it?
This one. I said my mother even had it before it was read.
Oh, how?
That is what I'm saying. Look at this. How would I be? And this one verbatim, straight, the same thing.
So you asked a question as to why Chairman Wontemi's account was not believed as against that of Henry Okum. And that is captured in page 28. In paragraph 6 of his witness statement, prosecution witness 2, that is Henry Okum, stated further, and I quote, I'm reading page 28, we all have the judgment, we can read it. I funded the reclamation works using proceeds from my mining operations on the concession, and A1, that is Chairman Wontemi, was fully aware of this fact. PW2, that is Henry Okum, was not cross-examined on this critical piece of evidence. It says you did not cross-examine him.
Wait.
Neither did the first accused put before this court any evidence to show that he had advanced money to PW2 to fund the reclamation.
Okay, good.
So that's
good.
PW2,
so,
that is Henry Okum,
assuming,
I'm coming, had maintained throughout the trial that the first accused, Chairman Wontemi, had permitted him to do two things in the concession, namely, to mine for gold and then use a part of the proceeds to reclaim the damaged land. In fact, during cross-examination, when PW2, that is Henry Okum, repeated his claim, counsel for the accused, that is you and the Apia Kobi, first, and the third accused, did nothing about it. So you didn't do anything.
Wait a minute. Granted, starting from there, that I didn't even do anything about it.
That's what the
granted
says.
That I didn't do anything about it. In his witness statement, he did not give any. There is nowhere in the whole evidence that suggests that fund the reclamation with proceeds for mining. There is nowhere. This is the conjecture from the court.
This 28, what I just read?
There is nowhere in the evidence. And I'm saying that if you want to talk about this, you need to read all so that you find where there was a conjecture that, or from the PW2 that I'm saying that he said I should fund the reclamation with proceeds from mining. There is nowhere. There is nowhere in the whole of evidence that there is this statement. Number two,
statement that
I should fund the reclamation with proceeds from mining. Listen, and if you read all of that, even in
Okum said it.
Okum, he didn't say it.
Oh, it's in the judgment. It's in the judgment.
And that is what I'm saying. That's what I'm telling you.
You were supposed to cross-examine.
Listen to me.
So if you fail to cross-examine on that point,
this statement never appeared in the records everywhere. No, I'm saying this is a conjecture from the judge. I am saying that it is, and that is why I'm saying pick the record of proceedings. You
didn't come with it. Huh? You didn't come with it.
I should bring the whole file here.
Oh no.
So I'm saying that go through the whole evidence. There is no story saying that I should fund the reclamation with this. There is this rather consideration discussion. We say that we will share the proceeds of the coconut. And I'm saying.
So, are you saying that this is a fabrication of?
It is a fabrication. This is exactly what I'm saying.
Wow.
Oh no! I know. No. I'm telling you, if you find it, cite me for whatever. I am saying that this is a fabrication. Number two, let's go on.
That's a serious comment.
Yes. Do you think that I'm afraid?
No.
Do you think that I'm afraid? I'm not.
So that is
And I'm saying, do I lie to
the
you?
heart of the justice.
I'm saying, do I lie to you? Do you see me as a liar? I am saying that. Go and find out. There is nowhere that this sentence comes that and use the proceeds. Use the proceeds to find. And indeed, I cross-examine him. The proceeds that you get from your mining, do you account to Chairman Wontumi? The answer is no. It is in the cross-examination. And do you take instructions from Chairman Wontumi to do the mining? The answer is no. Does Chairman Wontumi benefit from the proceeds of the mining? The answer is no. All of them in the proceedings. And again, granted that he even says that he is aware. How do you know that he is aware when there's even no corroboration? He said it. Chairman Wontumi, fortunately, has come after the dismissal of the submission of no case to also give his own evidence, saying that I did not instruct him to undertake mining. I did not. Direct evidence. But this is circumstantial. Because you didn't give him money, there is a presumption that he will use
We'll find it
with proceeds of money. Who gave him that rendition? And who said that it's an inference by the court that because you didn't give him money, therefore we will take it as you getting him to mine and support it. But also in the same evidence, there is also from even Henry Okum himself that we will share the proceeds of the coconut farm
as payment for the reclamation.
He didn't say that's
but I'm saying, but that is implied.
So, but I read that part. It's not even implied. I read that part in page 28. It's part of what I just read.
So even if you say that Henry Okum really motivate him to do the reclamation, I'm saying that the motivation, as per the evidence given by Henry Okum himself and Chairman Wontumi also in his defense, is that we will share the proceeds of the coconut farm to be planted, and that Chairman Wontumi even gave a figure of the acreage of the coconut so far created, and that we will share the proceeds. The two of us will share. And I found it necessary to even cross-examine him on the interest of Chairman Wontumi in the mining, whether there is any hidden interest. And the man, he himself, said that no. And he said, of course, we found some gold in the on site. So whose gold was picked on site? And he boldly said, mine, it's mine. Would you give part to Chairman Wontumi? No. You understand? And we have a situation like that. And then Chairman Wontumi himself comes to the box and says that I did not authorize him to do it, both on oath. So in the circumstances we have, the person who had in the caution statement indicated that I did not do anything like that and had come back with a witness statement saying that I did it and no corroboration, and we even put him to cross-examination for him to confirm that Chairman Wontumi has no interest in it.
How was he going to pay for the reclamation? Chairman Wontumi, pay your cross-examination because you were in court.
They said that the motivation to do it was the proceeds from
the coconut.
The coconut.
Yes. Do you know how much reclamation costs?
Do you know how much the reclamation will cost? As you stand there.
Millions of dollars.
Did he?
No, CDs. I didn't say CDs.
And you were going to get that from the process of coconut planting.
Do you know the extent of land that we are even talking about? Listen.
No, did he pay for it?
Listen, wait. Do you know?
He paid for the reclamation.
No. Look it. But again, does he suggest that because he didn't pay?
He's allowed to mine.
And again, even as we speak now, you know the size of land that was to be redeemed, and how do you put value to the reclamation exercise? And somebody is talking millions of dollars.
Because of the machines, from the evidence. When Okum went to buy the machine, it was Wontumi who took him to the supplier. They said machines, how much is an excavator? Even one. Wait, listen. When they went to the site, they found 20 serviceable excavators and 5 non-serviceable ones. So
were they for Henry Okum?
But that is what it is.
these were rented equipment. Please. Go and read it before you come to argument like that.
They've been forfeited. Did you see that?
Well, when you rent something to do,
and
the
owner didn't show up all along.
When you rent something to do, I asked. Don't forget, I filed a motion for the court to investigate the owners of all the equipment listed, including even the ammunitions and the vehicle, the equipment on site. Because I wanted to find whether Chairman Wontumi was associated with any of those equipment. And the judge, through that motion, away, dismissed it.
Yes, rightfully so. That's not why investigation.
That if I own an asset and somebody enters the asset and starts to do something illegal without my permission, I should be the first person to sue him.
Good. Wait.
I should be suing that person who say, hey, my land is there. He's sitting there. I haven't given you permission.
No, there's an admission that he allowed him to go there.
Okay, you see.
So you no. So wait, you allowed.
No.
There's an admission because I have a piece of land.
The absence of money. No. The absence of money. No.
I should be suing you.
I wanted to explain.
If I allow him to go, even if I rent my house to you and you use the house you've rented from me for illegal activities, I will sue you.
That is if you know.
But if you know, Wontumi didn't know he was doing illegal mining. He said go and do reclamation. No, he didn't. No, he said go and do reclamation. No, because that was not the commission. The commission was going to do reclamation.
Wait.
Let's get to
Hold on. So
I send you send me to your house. Go and bring my car. Listen, please keep on. You send me to your house, and then go and bring me my VW vehicle for us to travel with. I go there and see there is a gun lying somewhere, and I take it and put it in my pocket without informing you. Then there is a missing ammunition, and then we were charging you for allowing me to pick ammunition that I have not registered.
So,
is that the case?
I have to show that you are not entitled to pick ammunition.
Yes. So if you haven't seen me pick ammunition, and you are being charged,
but it is my car.
Oh, no.
It's okay.
You didn't understand the question. I said you send me to bring a car. I go there and see ammunition lying, and without your authority to pick ammunition, I pick it and put it in my pocket. And then I am arrested.
And we have drivers.
Wait.
So if my driver does commit a crime using my car, aren't I the one responsible?
Are you sure?
No.
Are you sure?
Sometimes.
Are you sure? No.
Sometimes.
You are still because what I'm saying is that
I asked you a number of questions.
Anybody could rather charge me for stealing because I did not take what you asked me to go and bring.
Okay, please.
And indeed, one other aspect is that you didn't know that I stole it. You understand? But if it came to your knowledge that I stole it and you didn't do anything about that, that is where the culpability will come to you. Yeah. Okay. But where I have stolen it in my pocket without your knowledge, and I have been arrested. It is my crime, not your crime.
Okay. Well, I asked
especially
you
when
some
you come to court and say that I did not send him to go and pick ammunition.
Thank you. I asked you questions to form the base for this conversation because you handled most part of this particular trial. I'm just waiting. I'll bring you and then I'll come to Richard Ayan. But you've heard.
That is why I'm saying all of them are conjecturing.
This?
Yes.
Conjecture?
Yes.
Hamza, let me have
First of all, good morning to you. Good morning to our seniors in the studio and our cherished viewers out there. You see, I have listened to Senior and the Apia Kobi, and I'm left with one irresistible conclusion on this matter. And that is the unfortunate level of dishonesty characterizing. No, I'm coming. Please.
Hold on.
Please. The unfortunate level of dishonesty that characterizes our political discourse, and most importantly, especially when it comes to judgments of our high courts. And I say so because, first, a claim has been made by a judgment that Senior Andy is brandishing everywhere.
We brandishing everywhere.
But you just did.
But you say everywhere.
Please.
It is on this.
Hold on.
Not everywhere. Let me correct you.
Okay.
Brandishing everywhere. What does that mean?
All right.
It means I'm doing it not on one forum, Everywhere means everywhere.
claiming that this.
But I've just done it here, so say it on this platform.
Okay.
No, Hamza, let me hear you.
Claiming that this is a document that emanates from the High Court judge and that it was not signed, it was prepared ahead of time, and to the extent that this is a document that is not signed, it presupposes that.
I did not say it is not signed. Please quote me well. I did not say it is not signed. I said that, you see, there is a...
There's no court stamp.
He said it's not been certified.
I said it's not certified. That is not signed.
That's the
certification is different from signing. Please, let's get our words. We are talking
You said it was not stamped, not so.
I say it was not certified, yes.
They are close.
But I didn't say it was not signed. They are not certified. They are not the same.
Thank you. So, first of all, this is the first time I'm hearing this, and this is your claim. We all know how we get judgments from the courts.
Yes.
I don't know how you got your judgment, but I'm pretty much convinced, the information I have, that those claims are unmeritorious.
Those which claims?
Oh, that the judgment was, wouldn't be probably had access to the judgment before he was sent in there.
Am I not showing you this?
And you have, but the judgment is now out. So what are you showing?
Yes, so go and find the judgment and compare.
But you made an assertion that the judgment was out even before the D-Day.
And that is why I'm showing you this.
Oh, so you got it before the judgment was out? From who? No, this is a serious claim. He has just accepted that he got the judgment before the judgment was out.
I am saying that.
And are you saying you got this judgment before?
That's what he said. He has just said.
No. His mother gave
No.
Let him be liable for that.
I'm making my point. Yes.
I'm saying that even my mother in my village knew about it.
Okay.
No, but he has just accepted now that he had this before the judgment came out. On this playback.
No, wait.
No, it's okay.
Did you get this judgment before it was delivered?
I got the content from Chairman Wood to me before it was delivered. But immediately after the delivery, I got this also I pulled it from the internet. You understand? But before it was ready.
Can I make this point? I think that our viewers are better judges.
But I'm saying that unless you discredit this.
I see.
Please let me make myself.
You got the content of this from Chairman Wood.
I'm telling you that Chairman Wood to me himself called me 3 times before he entered the court.
And gave you the judgment.
Listen, you cannot put words into my mouth.
So, but allow me to make myself.
And he told me that he has heard that he will be convicted for 20 years. He told me.
So that's the content he's referring to.
Yes, that is the content I'm referring to.
No, he said the content.
I got it before the certification.
Before the certification, I think. No, Jackson, thank you.
I am saying
it was the actual
judgment. The sum total of the judgment is that he will be sentenced.
Let me hear you.
That's the content he's talking about.
And again,
okay.
Can I make this? We can allow you to run. That is why. Another interesting claim was made to the effect that indeed even the charge sheet was defective.
That's what I'm reading.
Yes, and I'm not disagreeing with your opinion on that matter, but I'm also just asserting that any lawyer worth his salt, if you have suspicions that a charge sheet is defective, there's a process that you have to kickstart to challenge the validity or otherwise of that charge sheet. Was it done?
Go and read the address. Go and read the address. You will see it.
You are restrained. Please. Thank you.
When you were talking, what case have you done in your life before?
When you were talking, nobody interrupted you.
Again, you should control his language.
You were the lawyer who was supposed to challenge it. I didn't know.
Where's his salt? And you have not seen the challenge even on the charge sheet, and you are talking like that.
Challenge on the charge sheet. You challenge it on the charge sheet.
I think challenge it in the courtroom. The motions that even filed, you
let me just give you a classical example. In relation to Hannah, that is not true. Both in the UK and here. And let me make my point.
Let me say,
make your point.
Are you going to allow us to have a decent show?
Make your point. Make sure that you also be decorous. A lawyer was his salt, indeed.
Oh, you should have been decorous in assessing the judgment of the judge. You sat on TV, a senior counsel, and sought to impugn the integrity of a judge by alleging that she released her judgment. And you think that is an example for me, a junior counsel, to learn from you? What are you talking about? Please. And you see, first of all, I have demonstrated that the reasonable thing to do is to challenge the validity of the charge sheet. If you thought that there was something wrong with it, we saw it not long ago, 2 or 3 days ago. The Council of Hanan Aluduba, when they had concerns about the charge sheet, they did the needful by going on motion on notice to challenge same. That is what any lawyer would do.
So is it conclusive that you only do that?
You made your point.
I wanted to challenge it in the yes. You would have been practiced. You don't understand. No, he doesn't understand. What said the only thing to do is to challenge the charge sheet. And it was not my strategy.
You're being destructive. Let's maintain some decorum, please.
So, again, another interesting claim to the effect that, when it comes to the concerns that were being raised, the circumstantial evidence adopted by the judge, it is interesting that he actually even didn't seek to challenge the essence of using some circumstantial evidence when it comes to criminal trials. Because he cannot. One, if you have a witness before you, and the witness has made assertions to the effect that per his arrangement, and mind you, even before that, you presented a prosecution witness to the judge, an expert witness, an accused witness, and indicated to the judge, senior, that look, this is the person who is vested when it comes to reclamation. And questions were asked on cross-examination about the financial implications of reclamation. And your own witness accepted on oath that indeed it is not, we are not talking about small monies when it comes to reclamation, though he fell short of mentioning an amount. And a direct question was asked to you, your witness, as to whether indeed there were any financial commitments in that regard, whether Wontumi had paid for it. Wontumi had not paid. And so all the questions that were asked on the stand were questions that made it easier for the judge to connect the dots and cross the T's, and came to the irresistible conclusion that, look, Wontumi engaged with Henry Okume & Co. with the sole motive of actually engaging in illegal mining, intending to benefit from the process of that illegal mining, but not reclamation. It is one thing for Wontumi to claim that I sent him there for reclamation. It is another for Henry Okume to also claim that I was sent in there to reclaim and to mine. But at the end of the day, it is not Senior Andy Appiah Kubi or Atachia who is vested in law to compare the two scenarios and reach a conclusion. It is the judge. And the judge will reach a conclusion based on examinations in chief and cross-examination and evidence available. So if at the end of the day, the judge listens to both sides and came to the conclusion that indeed Wontumi had questions to answer and proceeded at the back of that to reach a conclusion, I don't think that we can sit on this platform and say that, look, the conclusion was not sound without challenging it in the form of an appeal. My senior also made references to piercing the corporate veil and said that, it is only applicable in civil matters. That is not true. Because even if a company commits a crime against the state and the state takes steps to ensure accountability, the law permits lifting of the corporate veil to go against directors of that company. So it is not accurate to claim in law that the issue of lifting of the corporate veil is only applicable when it comes to civil matters. That is not law.
Absolutely.
That point needs to be made. And we see there's also an interesting logic, especially when it comes to this case, and it has been demonstrated. You can see the tension between Senior Appiah and the Kubi and that of the MPP, because they believe that he didn't do a great job. And you could see even the arguments between him and that of my brother Richard on this platform. But the reality of the matter, we can all pretend as much as we want. Evidence was presented. They were weighed. A decision was made. If you have any problem or whatsoever in relation to the decision, the appeal processes are not shut on you. And I've heard them make reference to the fact that, Even they were challenged, they were seeking for an interpretation, and the judge proceeded to rule.
Yeah.
Richard, that is another problematic assertion and misunderstanding of the law. It is true that prior to ex parte Senator and Co., the position of the law was to the effect that lower court judges, no, I should say from the high court, they were allowed to more or less apply the law in the way they understood it. Especially if people were alleging issues of interpretation that was in actual sense not interpretation. But even prior to ex parte Senator, I remember the case of, there was a case...
Mekankan.
Yes, from Mekankan from the 70s. It was more or less influenced later on by even the Richard Anani case. The interpretation of the complaint in the provision of the act. Complaint. It was indicated in that decision that, look, judges must be more than willing to refer to the Supreme Court. But that does not also mean that when they look at the law and it is clear on the face of the record and that they can apply, they are precluded from applying. Right. They can proceed to apply. So if the judge has applied, the judges, it is your word against the judge's word. True. The judges feels that this is not an interpretation matter. Even ex parte Senator did not say that the judge has no right to apply the law. Indeed, if you read the law, that judgment, it was clear that judges are allowed to apply. And so if you have issues, you can even raise the matter of interpretation for the first time on appeal. I'm a senior. Republic versus Dexter.
No problem.
You have the legal case gives you the authority to raise the issue of interpretation for the first time on appeal. But the point I need to make is that, look, the MPP should not use their internal confusion, as far as this Wontemi matter is concerned, and transpose that onto our judicial architecture to give an impression that there's something wrong with the judgment. What is wrong, as far as this issue is concerned, is their internal confusion. And so it must be separated. But if you read the judgment and you follow the case, the conclusion was irresistible. And those who are claiming that they have identified in excess of about 20 grounds of appeal, let them say it on this table. People are making references. People are making references to charge sheet and how defective it was.
Thank you. Hamza, thank you. Darrell, you have spent some time. This Samra boy we're talking about, many people don't even know where it is, what is happening there. The evidence of the situation on the ground, the circumstantial evidence that the trial judge relied on. What is the reality check in Samra boy? What's happening?
Well, Alfred, I think good morning again to everyone, distinguished guests here, panelists as well. But you see, I think for me, this discussion on the judgment, where we are now, I'm looking at the bigger picture for all of us. And yes, I mean, if you ask me about what is the evidence on the ground, you see, if you look at this case and the fact of the case, he was not convicted based on the impact of all the illegal activities on the ground. That must be said. He was more convicted on the fact that he allowed somebody to work illegally on his concession and all the other facts thereof. That's the matter. But I think Samra boy, if you go to that particular landscape and you look at what is happening there, significant devastation beyond anything that you can think about. Just this June, when the rains came, because of all the mining, and I would say that whole enclave, because of the impunity that people wield and demonstrate in that area, mining has devastated the land to the extent that the Tano River, which really runs through that area, has been mined beyond point of having a channel. So when it rains, the river is blocked, diverted, and is seriously seated. In June, we saw how the flood came, and according to NADMO, over 1,500 people were displaced. So that tells you how really bad the impact of that illegal mining activity has affected that whole area. Now, I think the point has been made that, look, do we even know the size of the particular area that this activity or this conviction applies? I think that's a separate matter. But I think that for us, it's also the matter of the impunity with persons who believe that they can mine or allow people to mine on their concessions illegally without any consequences. And that is why we, on our part, without even, yes, we are mindful of the details of the facts and the judgment and all of that, but we are still very much concerned about the extent to which the import of this case is applied broadly Because I'm telling you, Alfred, it is not only the case of the wound to me and mining that we have instances of people giving out their concessions for others to mine. The reason why we have a lot of the illegal mining activities are people who even have small-scale mining licenses allow others to go and mine, and then they share the proceeds or go for a certain percentage of the proceeds at the end of the day. We know of some companies on the ground who every day they have men in pickups who go to sites that they allow people to mine. So for me, I think I'm really happy about this judgment in the fact that it kind of shows you somewhat the lapses in we not applying the law as we should. Act 995 was very, very strategic. I agree. Act 703, in terms of somebody who has undertaken illegal activities and all of that, was not sufficient in terms of being punitive enough to get people who are engaging in illegal mining convicted. So even if they were convicted, 3 years max. But then the previous president said that, look, that is not enough. We want to deal with Galamsey, so we need to make it more punitive. Act 995 came in and said that if you facilitate, if you aid, if you finance, even if you fabricate equipment, you are now liable to summary conviction of nothing less than 15 and nothing more than 25. So for me, even if you are conflicted about whether the the case or the evidence, what about the bit on allowing somebody to engage? Now I'm interested in how the government going forward will use this to go after all those people on the ground. I think that between when the case started and now, we should have had more than one Woon-Tumis going out there, being prosecuted, not just Woon-Tumi.
The Samurai Boy video is what we're seeing on the screen now. So would you agree with that narrative that he's a political prisoner?
I don't agree to that assertion, because from where we sit, I don't see any evidence to point to the fact that Woon-Tumi is being prosecuted because of who he is as a politician or because of how loud he is. I think that the evidence on the ground, if you look at the judgment, is more about the fact that his company, for which he is a director, engaged or allowed, and he himself engaged in a relationship with somebody who did some activity on his land, which in law is constituted as illegal. And so he's just facing the tune of that particular bid that he himself has set in motion. So there is no way, I don't see it. What will make it look like a persecution, Alfred, is when beyond this, going forward, the case just comes to a rest and that's the end of it.
Right.
Because there's a lot more happening out there in the field that we think that the police, the government, the judicial, what are they waiting for? So time will tell all of us whether indeed, if this was a political persecution or indeed it was a prosecution to ensure that the environment is protected.
No, Lamont Bebo, is there any defect in this particular ruling? And what hearing from Andy Apiakobi, what is said
and
in
before
there?
Senior Martin comes in, just a quick one, with your permission. I think that this is solid grounds. This is solid grounds, because I'm getting messages to that effect. That the judge in the case needs to file a petition to the General Legal Counsel for Senior Apiakobi to come and substantiate the allegations to the effect that the judgment was out and Woon-Tumi had access to it before the judgment was made public. It is important.
I would be very happy if I'm given that opportunity to prove it.
And rightly so,
we
effectively will disassociate ourselves from that particular claim.
Yeah, and I'll be very happy to come and substantiate it.
Alfred, you don't have time.
So, let's do this. So there's naturally bias on my part. So if you say there's a defective, any defect,
this description of Woon-Tumi as a political prisoner. And so let's
so the first part, I think, is there any defect in the judgment? I'm saying that because of my bias, you won't expect that I'll do an excellent job at it. The bias being that we need to protect the forest, etc. So my reading of the judgment on the face of it is okay. It's okay. It's sufficient to put Woon-Tumi where he is. It's sufficient. It's sufficient to put Woon-Tumi where he is. Because, you see, the thing is that the judge makes the reference. Keaton, Woon-Tumi does not deny that he gave permission to Henry Okum, right? But that permission he gave, wrong permission, because even the person who was giving the permission to Henry Okum does not have a mining support services license. You see, before you do mining support services, you have to be licensed. So he was engaged in an illegality by giving that to Henry Okum. Okum told the court that he is a small-scale miner. He's not into reclamation. Reclamation is a science, so it's not just you just cover the pits and start planting.
But the reclamation has to even be approved by the ministry.
That's what I'm saying. Yes, so it's a whole procedure and the LI. If you want to do reclamation
to the ministry.
So it will be won't be the owner. Or you mean for the license? Yes. The license should be Henry Okum. And if you are going to engage somebody, you should be checking whether he's licensed for that purpose. It's just that you're going to hire a lawyer. You've not checked whether he's licensed. Anybody you see in the court premises, and in a suit, lawyer, can you help me? No, you first check. Are you a lawyer?
So that
are you a lawyer?
To will not say that I am not qualified.
He says his story is that won't be given for them to mine.
The person who wrongly engaged the wrongful person is rather guilty of providing the service than the one who did not have the qualification.
Yes, because of plea bargaining. So when they approached Henry Okum, he decided to cooperate. You think if Wontumi had cooperated, it would have been this high?
Then there would be no case.
There would have been a case that, go and plead guilty and then they'll give you a lower sentence. That would have been smarter for him.
But there would have been no case if what Henry Okum did, Wontumi did that. But Henry Okum was selected for the convenience of prosecution. So it's not the same thing.
Which mean they can offer?
It was a convenience selection.
Hold on to your point. I'm going to go for this quick break when we are back. No, you haven't finished your point. You also ask a question. We'll be back shortly. Welcome back to Key Point on TV3. Gentlemen, hold on. We're live as well on the Voice of London Radio. This one here says, Hamza Suini has made my day this morning by putting the matters right. And it says, okay, thank you. And this one here says that I am disappointed that this is from Godwin Tamaklo, says that his mother's got wind of this judgment before it was delivered. That is a serious claim to make. Godwin Ejudi Tamaklo there. And as always, my outfit is by Kogra Clothing. It's the best version of you. Call them for this outfit and many others you see me wearing on Saturday morning. 026 055 8056. 026 055 8056. How much people you are making your point and conclude on now?
Yeah, so I said that look, even on the matter of the reclamation, the person who to me engaged had no license, and so that in itself is a contravention. That's the one Apia Kubi was trying to say. But how about Okum himself? And we're saying that, you see, under our law, that's why we have the amendments that now allow, in broader terms, plea bargaining. So it was within Wuntumi's right, okay, to approach the AG to do plea bargaining like he's doing in a different case. So when he was confronted with all these things, if he had approached the AG to say he also wants to cooperate, he will spill the beans, etc., it would have been a different thing.
Deputy AG said he wasn't interested in it. Sems I said he wasn't interested. That Wontumi was not interested in
so
this.
That is where he caused his own problem. If he had made an offer like the Exim Bank, when Wontumi made the offer in the Exim Bank case, I was one of the persons to support, and I still support. People insulted, say you are still negotiating, and we support it. We support that we should get the money back.
Thank you.
What the Exim Bank is, you are no longer doing the.
Go ahead.
Oh no, give information. The Exim Bank, you are no longer negotiating.
I'm saying the position you stated is wrongful.
You made an offer.
Okay, go back to your case and talk, but I'm just giving you.
No, let's see. So that if you are giving wrongful information, nobody wants to mislead them. We are told that you approach the AG to do plea bargaining.
That is correct.
And so
but the conclusion that you just expressed is wrongful.
That is ongoing. So there's no plea bargaining on the table.
Let's go ahead.
We support it because we want to get the money back.
Now it says there's no plea bargaining.
So let's go. So the point I'm making is that, so in this case, in which he's been convicted, if he had made an offer to do plea bargaining, the outcome would have been different. But he stuck to his grounds and then fought it in court and lost. So that one, you can't say that it is selective, because Ahiaba said that this is selective. Why did they take Okum and didn't take Wontumi? Wontumi didn't make an offer, because let's be fair to the facts. Wontumi didn't make an offer in this case. He didn't. Otherwise, it would have been made public. His lawyer is sitting here, the lawyer at the time. If he had made an offer to do plea bargaining, would have known. So don't say it is selective. Plea bargaining is voluntary.
This one is not even plea bargaining. So lawyer.
I'm done. Let's go. Let's just two statements. Let me tell you. Look, reading the case, there's one side that we need to, between Okum and Wontumi, reading the judgment, you can see a lot has been left unsaid. So it means that they buried a lot more of the evidence. Yes, between Okum and reading the judgment, you see that
let me hear from
Wontumi a favor.
Alfred, today is one of those days that you need to get extra time, because literally.
Make your point.
No, but I need to. I can't make any point with what time you have. You understand? The point I'm saying is that you should have more time. At least you should advocate for that. I mean, literally, like 57, 58, 2 minutes.
So
like what am I going to say? We said Wontumi is a major case. He's a political prisoner. Between all the things, between Hamza, my brother, and lawyer Kwebu, everything they said just shows that Wontumi should not be in prison.
Really?
Yes, because this circumstantial evidence on basis of which Wontumi is in jail, actually should have been in his favor. The doubt created in this case should be in Wuntumi's favor. But somehow, he is rather suffering it.
But who says the doubt was created?
But the whole thing, the case is doubtful here. There is no concrete evidence that. But we have read the thing. No, we have read the thing.
Are you the judge on the
But we have read the judgment. This is the judge. Is that not it? His judgment is the judge, isn't it?
Yes.
That's the statement. I'm saying that
And you have
reading
come
this
to the
statement.
conclusion. Are you an expert? Are you a judge?
Well, it is. But we have just read the English he has brought, which then says that. Oh no. Oh, come on, Hamza, hold on. But so you think that it is concrete. We think it's not. Then you think
So
what you
you're going
believe
to
is
appeal.
Expertise to tell
But what do you mean? What do you mean expertise? Don't we have common sense? This thing that people do. Oh no, please.
I think we need to look at
this. Yes, there's a
political
common
persecution.
The law is it rocket science? No.
It's seriously flawed.
Please.
Anybody to go and represent
But I see this is not correct. You
No,
are only your credit. See, Hamza doesn't want me to talk. Jesus
supposed
Christ.
to go and appeal this.
No.
It says you are going to appeal. That's what.
Yeah, but the point I am making is that you have gone to court once. The man who actually did the small scale
Thank
matter,
you.
is he?
Unfortunately.
Alfred, I am very.
Thank you.